Hi, I'm Emma Jenkins. I'm a specialist in contract law and I've been brought in to work as your agent. I'll be working to get you the best deal in the boardroom, which means you need to do the best possible job out there on the circuit. When you get new contract offers, either from new teams or an amendment to your existing offer, it'll come through me. I'll also keep you up to date on discussions behind the scenes to change your terms or any specific goals that the team has set for you. If a contract offer does come through, I'll present to you the available offers and then you can make the call. I assume that all sounds fine. Well then, good luck this season and I'll catch you later. I'm really sorry about this, but the team aren't satisfied with your performance so far. They're amending the terms of your contract. Yeah, I hate to say it, but the team are reducing the terms of your contract. They're just not happy with your results so far. Here. Hi. I have to dash off, but I wanted to give you the contract first. I'll let you read over the details, but congratulations. Hey, what could this be? Could it be a promotion to first driver? I think it might be. You read the details. You've earned it. Hey, you'll like this. I just got out of a meeting with the boss and, well, congratulations. You've done a great job. Here. So the board and I have been talking about your contract, and we all agree the only thing better than a number 2 driver is a number 1 driver. Here are the details. Hey, do you have a minute? It took longer than I hoped, but we have offers. Take a look. Great. I'll get it processed. Hi. It's good news. You certainly seem to be attracting some attention. These papers arrived on my desk this morning. How do you feel about new surroundings? Great. I'll pass these on. Hi. You got a minute? I've just finished negotiating the final offer. How does a new contract sound? Great. I'll get it to admin. Hey, it's good to see you. I just finished these new contract offers. Check them out. Let me know what you want to do. That's decided then. Leave it with me. We need to talk. I did all I could, but the team is terminating your contract. I'm really sorry. Listen, this isn't easy for me to tell you this, but the team have had enough. They're serving you notice on your contract. I'm sorry. I told you if you carried on as you were and you didn't start putting in the kind of performances the team expected, you were going to lose your drive. Well, it's happened. As of today, you are no longer an employee of this organization. Lucky for you, one of us is competent. I found you an option elsewhere, and I suggest you take it if you want any hope of salvaging this so-called career of yours. Now hurry up and make up your mind. Listen, I'm doing what I can, but there's a real risk of your next deal being less than favorable. You need to start impressing the team. Look, I'm good at my job, but there's not much I can do if you're not holding up your end of the bargain. They need to see better results, and soon. Understand? Yes, and I respect that. But my client has a championship to contest. So if you want our participation, I'm afraid the concessions are mandatory. Yes, that's fine. Get back to me when you can. Goodbye. No one ever just signs the contract. Anyway, thanks for coming by on such short notice. I just needed to cover a couple of quick things with you before you race. Firstly, as requested, is a copy of your contract. It's a rolling deal. However, the team reserves right of termination if you fail to meet performance standards. You're second driver for now, but work hard, hit your targets, and I'll be able to sweeten the deal. I'm also looking to get you into some invitational events throughout the season. The experience and exposure from these will be great for your image. Plus, you'll get to drive some nice historic cars. Now then, go get ready for the next session, and good luck. Hi, I just wanted to let you know, I've had word from the bosses that they're hoping for a big performance this weekend. It's a key race for the team, which means a good result is worth a bonus. Hi, I got a message from the team principal that I wanted to pass on. Basically, our partners are going to have a big presence at this race, so it's important to impress them. It'll make the team very happy if you can step up your performance a bit here, okay? Hey, looks like you've got a bit of rivalry going on out there. This is good. Gets people talking about you. Just make sure you outperform them, okay? Guess who made the gossip columns this morning? Everyone's talking about this new rival you have. Check his stats out. Hi. Just letting you know that we've had the team's expectations through for the upcoming qualifying session. Hi, it's Emma. Your qualifying goals came up in the board meeting this morning. Here's what to expect. Hi, how are you? I'm just passing on your qualifying goals for this weekend. Hi, it's Emma here. Just wanted to let you know what the team are hoping for in the race. Hey, how are you? I have some information on the race goals you should keep in mind. Hello? I just wanted to pass on the team's expectations for this race. Good luck. Hi, guess who? I've seen the team's expectations for the race, so I thought I'd pass them on and wish you luck. Take care. Hey, quick question. How are you here? Are you happy? I mean, obviously, I hope so, but you do have some other options if you're up for a new challenge. Let me just grab the door. I had a call from another team a few weeks ago, and, well, things have moved on since then. These are the offers I've managed to put together for you. You don't have to do anything with them, but let me know what you think. Hi, Emma here. I had a sit-down with the executives today to talk about your progress. Long story short, they're happy. Keep it up. Hey, it's me. I just came from a meeting with the department heads. Your performance came up and they're very pleased so far. Well done. Don't let that level drop, okay? Hi, Emma here. I've just come from a review. There were a few concerns expressed about your performance so far. Let's try and turn this around a bit in the next few races, okay? Hi. Look, I don't want to get you down, but the boss doesn't seem to be in the best of moods with you at the moment. We certainly seem to feel you're underperforming at this stage. I need you to work extra hard to turn this around, okay? Indeed it is. And this is Jonathan. He's going to let you drive some of his cars. Now, if you'd just like to step into my office, I'd like to go over those contract revisions we discussed on the phone before signing.
Is this the one? Well, not quite my cars, per se, but a mere detail. You know, I'd really rather be down there racing them myself, to be honest. I'm actually quite handy behind the wheel, but it's the downforce, those lateral Gs, you know? The old neck can't really handle it. So I need a pro, and that's where you come in. We run in a bunch of events throughout the year. Time trials, races, all sorts. And I have it on good authority that you have the ability and temperament to do well in these. Make our business look good and, most importantly, bring the cars back in one piece. So consider this a formal invitation. And I'll see you at the track. You know, I love this sport. And I love being here in the thick of it. I love the smell of oil and burnt rubber. And that's why I want to be down on the track next time you're sitting in one of my cars. So, I've got 2 events on the table right now that'd be perfect. But which is more interesting to you? That's the question. From my point of view, there's really no difference to speak of. So it's entirely your call. Nothing like being trackside at a Grand Prix. The change of direction on these things is insane. I own a single-seater that I take club racing, but comparatively speaking, it's like a kid's pedal cart. And speaking of pedals, I need to borrow your right foot again. We have invitations to 2 more historic events, and we've got to choose one. So, take your pick.
Hi. Good to meet you at last. My name's Chris, and I'll be working with you as your Chief of Vehicle Development. It'll be my job to get your feedback as a driver and to direct our upgrade design in the areas that you feel are most lacking. At each Grand Prix, we can run a series of practice programs and log the performance of the car as you drive it at its limit. This gives us data that we can utilize to develop various performance improvements. In order for me to know which upgrades to prioritize, I'll need you to select a development area that you'd like us to focus on. And you can do that in the R&D section of your laptop. Anyway, that's all for now, but I'll keep you up to date, okay? I'll see you soon. Hey, our upgrade pace is looking solid right now, but I do think we need to push harder if we want to stay competitive. Here's the report. Hey, I need to talk to you for a minute. It looks like we're falling behind upgrade-wise. I really need you to push harder with developments. Take a look at the report. I've got to get ready for a debrief. Hi. Can I have a quick word? Listen, I don't think the car is hitting its performance targets right now. We really do have to find a lot of improvement. Take a look at the report and we'll talk about it later, okay? Hey, Got some good news for you. We've been analysing the pace compared to our rivals, and it looks like we'll be very competitive. Keep up the good work. Hi. The car's performance is looking strong compared to our rivals at the moment. Check it out, and we'll review it in more detail later.
Ah, you got my message. Perfect. Welcome to home away from home. We get more real-time data from the factory now than ever before, and it all comes through here. So I have to spend more time checking over the reports and less time hunting you down in the hospitality suite. To that end, we... Sorry, just a sec. Yeah, Chris here, is this important? I'm in the middle of something. Oh, okay. Right. Well, that makes no sense. Have Sarah reset the simulation and run it again. Okay. Sorry about that. As I was saying, we've set up a desk for you at the front here. You can get onto the network from your laptop, so make sure to check the R&D screen regularly. And let us know how you want to use the data that we've collected over the weekend and through the practice programs. Also, bear in mind that the news from the factory won't always be good. Sometimes tests fail, like you've seen just now. And when that happens, we have to divert additional resources to fix it. C'est la vie, I'm afraid.
Okay, I've got something for you. The new parts have been fitted to the car. The simulation numbers are good, so I look forward to your feedback. Check out the details. Hi, how are you today? The improved package has arrived. We're having it fitted in time for FP1. Have a look at the factory report. Hey, good to see you again. The factory sent over the parts that were looking good on the rig. They're being fitted as we speak. Have a look at the report. Hi, I've got something you'll be interested in. Those performance upgrades we discussed after the last race. They're on the car and the data looks promising. Take a look at the details. Hi, you settled in okay? I've been getting to know the new team and the facilities. You know, I reckon there's a lot of potential here. Anyway, I'll see you in the garage, okay? Right, I've had a chat with the new team and they're really excited to get going. And the facilities look promising. I'll see you once you're settled in, okay?
It looks like one of our development parts didn't fare too well in testing. I've put it on hold for now. You can restart work from the laptop. We're going to have to go back now and make some adjustments in order to get the final numbers looking more like we were expecting from the simulation. Right, some bad news on the development front. One of the parts failed quality control. We know how to fix it, but it'll take some extra resource. It's on hold for now, but you can order the extra work from the laptop at any time.
Hey, good to see you again. The team are now ready to start development on some new upgrades. You can review these from within the laptop. I'll speak to you later, okay? Hi, everything okay? Do remember to let us know which areas of the car you'd like us to develop using the laptop. I'll leave that with you.
Oh, there you are. So we're done fitting the next big upgrade. All the test results look great. The only one left to check it out is you. So I look forward to seeing you try it out in the next session. You should be able to feel the difference. Hopefully, it lives up to expectations.
Ooh, let's hope they can clean this up and finish this race without incident. Not to mention the track itself. Let's hope they got a huge supplies of tire walls and barriers for this one. Oh, this is really carnage out there, Kristen. What is going on? Wow. And just like that, multiple cars in a pileup. Exactly, Kristen. Well, it won't be too long until we get underway here for the opening race. So don't go anywhere. Absolutely, Kristen. It should be another exciting race here at the Grid World Series. The crowd are absolutely electric and eager for this to get underway. Do not go anywhere. Well, I might even try to sneak a little lap in for myself after today's event. And what an event we have for you today in the Grid World Series. Well, the drivers are readying themselves while the teams give everything one last sanity check. And then we'll be underway. Okay, only a short wait now until we get racing here at Brands Hatch. Do not go anywhere. This is the Grid World Series. Well, thank you, Kristen. Looks like we've got a great event ahead of us right here today at Crescent Valley. Not long now until we get this race underway for the Grid World Series. Kristen, thank you. Oh, thanks, Kristen. Looks like we're in for quite a treat today then. Let's get ready for the competitors to get this event started. Well, it shouldn't be too long now until this event gets started. Kristen, we'll be right back. Well, I know I'm certainly eager to see the outcome of this event, Kristen. Best of luck to all of our drivers. They're gonna need it. Well, Kristen, I wish these drivers the best of luck. This is gonna be a great event. Hats off to you, Kristen. Well, it's nearly time. Just a few moments to grab some food, head to your seats, and enjoy this event. Kudos to you, Kristen. I cannot wait for this to get going. And it's only here at the Grid World Series. Well, I'm sure we're in for a great race today. Not long to wait now. We'll be back shortly. Kristen with all the knowledge. We'll be back soon for the start of the race, and what a race it's set to be. And that's why we pay Kristen the big bucks. What a race it's set to be. Let's get back to the Grid World Series. Expertly put, Kristen. Can't wait for this to get going. This is the Grid World Series. We'll be back. Well put, Kristen. Not long now until we get underway for this Grid World Series event. Thank you, Kristen. Valuable insight as always. And certainly looking forward to this one as it's only here at the Grid World Series. And thank you, Kristen. Well, it's nearly time. Our drivers are having last-minute discussions with their team and getting prepared to head to their vehicles. Well, we're about to see how this all plays out, so don't go anywhere. Well, if there's anyone's word I trust on all things motorsport, it's yours, Kristen. And as a Grid World Series competitor yourself, you've seen it all from all angles. So don't go anywhere. It's about to heat up very soon. Okay, so that's me successfully pumped beyond what I thought was possible. I'm going to try to rein it in, folks, because we're about to begin our final surge towards the finish line. This is the Grid World Series. Stay glued to those seats. Kristen, I think we can all feel it in the air. It's thick with anticipation, and we are ready to see just how this goes off. And remember, when the action heats up, you know it's the Grid World Series. Well, let's see if that comes to pass. Either way, it's sure to be a thriller. And the only place you can see this level of racing action is right here at the Grid World Series. Hold tight. It's almost time. And on that, we await lights out for the final of the touring car category at the Grid World Series. The only place to offer this level of racing action. And it is action-packed. And who can argue with that? Not me, anyway. This is the Grid World Series, and we are moments away from all the action and drama you know this series delivers. Do not go anywhere. Stay glued to your seats. Thanks, Kristen. I'm looking forward to shouting out all the action right here with you. Our racers will be out on these Havana streets, so let's settle in for what's sure to be another thrilling Grid World Series event. All right, well, we're going to see who has what it takes to cross the finish line first here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And everybody, give it up for Kristen, an incredible racer that has seen competition on every level. And as much as I'm going to miss you being here next year, we all wish you'd hurry up and get back to racing. All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's get our eyes on the track from our commentary box as the event is about to go live. Well, I, for one, am ready for this. It's going to be a great race, and you can feel it in the air. All right, I'm anticipating this will be spectacular. Let's get it started. So nonstop action is a guarantee you can take to the bank. Thanks, Kristen. Well, it really is something special, and I'm sure we're going to see our racers giving it everything they've got out there. Yeah, so a lot to look forward to. And we don't have long to wait, so hold on to your hats. We are close to lights out. You know it, Kristen. This is certain to be one to watch. So don't go anywhere. This race is going to be underway in moments. Thank you, Kristen. We will shortly be turning our attention trackside as the action is about to kick off. Do not go anywhere, as this will be one to watch. So it looks like we should all get ready for another great race in the Grid World Series. Do not go anywhere. We're nearly ready for the green light. Well, it could either be an amazing display of skill and control, or it could be carnage. Either way, let's get ready, San Francisco. It's gonna be one to remember. Well, looks like we're in for some incredible action. I must say, I know my motorsport, but I'd be useless out there actually racing. So let's hear it for the drivers. Some amazing talent here, folks. Well, let's see what the talent on display here can muster. Let's settle in for a great day's racing here at the Grid World Series, where anything can happen, and it often does. Let's make some noise for the drivers, Shanghai. Well, let's hope our racers are fully prepared for what's about to be a thrilling event here at Silverstone. Thank you, Kristen. And it's great to have you here to commentate with me on this and every race in this season's Grid World Series. Thank you, Kristen. I'm looking forward to yet another classic here at Silverstone. Well, one way or another, they need to prove something out there. And can anyone match them out there? We will soon find out. Well, I'm going to settle right down and enjoy this one. Well, I'm eager to see how this plays out. Well, let's see how they handle it out there. Well, I, for one, am excited to see how they fare out there. Well, that's what makes these events so entertaining. The level of competition and skill of this is through the roof. It makes for thrilling stuff. Well, let's see how they get on in this event. We're about to get underway shortly. Well, it sounds like we're in for a real performance at this event. Let's get underway. Well, let's see where they get in today's event. Well, let's see what they can do in this event. Best of luck to them. Well, it seems like our drivers will not have a moment to relax out there, so let's get ready to see them tackle this circuit. Yeah, it sounds like this is a circuit that's really going to put them to the test. Let's see if our racers are up to the challenge. Seems like this one is for professionals only, and it's a good thing we have a full field of them raring to go. It is a great day for it, and the Grid World Series is the best place for wheel-to-wheel racing action. So let's get ready for a fantastic race. Fantastic stuff. And Kristen, what an amazing view we have. A real treat for the eyes. Let's hope the race provides just as much enjoyment. And here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one? Welcome to Barcelona for our event here today. Kristen, what do you make of the circuit? We are currently running right on schedule for the main event, so make your way trackside. You don't want to miss a single second of the action. Kristen, what have we got here in Barcelona? We are in Barcelona for this Grid World Series event. Kristen, tell me something about this circuit. What have our drivers got in store today? Brands Hatch has been phenomenal to us all weekend, right, Kristen? We've soaked up the atmosphere, we've felt the electricity, and what can you tell us about the specifics of this famous circuit? Kristen, get me up to date with Brands Hatch. What have our drivers got in store today? So here we are at Brands Hatch, a great race ahead. So, what can you tell us about this circuit? A huge welcome from the team here at the Grid World Series. We're working around the clock to bring you the best in racing action. And today, we are here at the Crescent Valley Raceway for today's event. Kristen, tell everybody what you think of this circuit. What a fantastic lineup we have for the main event. Kristen, before we get underway, is there anything you can tell us about this circuit? Kristen, clue me in to Crescent Valley. What have our drivers got in store today? And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what's going to happen. Kristen, what an event we have here. The absolute best GT drivers on the planet, all here at the Grid World Series. So let's get ready for the fastest competition in racing. Kristen, this is going to be a hot one. Kristen, this is it. The showstopper, the finale, the biggest event in racing action on the planet. We've been following every race, every battle, every rivalry, and it all leads to this point. The Grid World Series Finals is upon us, Kristen. Can you be any more hyped for this? Our competitors have come such a long way, Kristen. Not only in distance, these guys come from all over the world, but in pure time commitment and effort. And this is where it all pays off. They've made it through the championship races, and now it gets decided. Ooh, after an intense, grueling, high-octane stock car series, we are here. The final. I'm here with Kristen, and Kristen, you have been here for every race and every moment of drama. What can we expect from this final? Kristen, here we are. After some of the best wheel-to-wheel touring action I have ever seen, it is Reckoning Day. These competitors have made it this far, and they are ready for one last big push towards the Grid World Series final. A win here could secure them a place. Kristen, there's a lot of pressure out there. We are gearing up right now for the Tuner Series Final. You might have paid for your whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge. These teams are going to be vying for a place in the Grid World Series Finals at the end of the season. Over to you, Kristen. Welcome everybody to today's event. Kristen, what are we in for today? Hello and welcome to today's event. Kristen, what have we got in store here? Hello and thank you for joining us here at today's Grid World Series event. Kristen, what have our drivers got lined up today? Welcome to today's event, and this is gonna be a good one. Kristen, what has the Grid World Series got in store? Okay, Havana, we have, as always, a spectacular display of motoring skill for you today. This is the Grid World Series, and there is no other series like it. Kristen, what an event. Time to make your way out of the shade of the palm trees and find a good spot to watch the action here in Havana. Kristen, tell us what's in store. Ooh, Kristen, this Havana circuit is spicy. What have our drivers got in store today in the Grid World Series? Welcome to the world-famous Indianapolis circuit for today's event. what's your experience of this circuit, Kristen? What a great atmosphere here in Indianapolis. Kristen, what can you tell us about this track? The Grid World Series comes to Indianapolis. Kristen, tell us what our drivers have in store. Welcome to Okatama for today's event. And what a stunning place for it. Kristen, any advice for the competitors? So, here we are at Okatama, home to thrilling events. And this one's for the Grid World Series. Kristen, tell us about this venue. Kristen, tell us a little something about Okatama. What have our drivers got in store today? All right, Paris, we're getting ready for this Grid World Series event. Kristen, what does this street circuit have in store? Welcome to Paris and get ready for this Grid World Series event. Kristen, what can you tell us about this place? Kristen, it's a pleasure to be here in Paris. And tell me, what does this circuit have to offer? Well, the Red Bull Ring has seen its fair share of action over the years. And now the Grid World Series is in town, and we're going to turn it up a notch or two. Kristen, this venue is incredible. What's your experience of it? Kristen, this Austrian circuit is known the world over. Tell us about it. And here we are at the Red Bull Ring in Austria, gearing up for another race in the Grid World Series. Kristen, how do you feel about this place? It might be the city by the bay, but today San Francisco is hosting a street circuit like no other. Kristen, any advice for the drivers out there? What an iconic setting here today, Kristen. From Alcatraz all the way to Fisherman's Wharf, San Francisco is primed to host this street circuit. Our racers are prepped and ready to go. What should they expect? Here we are in San Francisco, and we've been ticking off the days on our calendar for this Grid World Series event. The drivers are making their final checks, and what should we expect out on the track? We are at the Sepang International Circuit for today's event. Here with me to enjoy the action is Kristen. Just a reminder to make your way to the stands or wherever you're watching this race, as it's nearly time for the grid to line up. Kristen, great to have you as always. Any thoughts before the race? Kristen, tell me something about the Sepang Circuit. What have our drivers got in store today for this Grid World Series race? What a pleasure to be here at Shanghai. Joining me as always is Kristen. Kristen, you've raced here before. Tell us about this track. For those just making their way to the stands, you know where you are. Shanghai. Kristen, what does Shanghai have in store? Well, I've heard Shanghai is one heck of a circuit, Kristen. What does this Grid World Series event have in store? Welcome to Silverstone, everyone. We've got a great event in the Grid World Series for you today at this fantastic location. Kristen, what should the drivers be on the lookout for? If you're making your way to the stands, put some hustle in your shuffle, because we're going to be underway shortly. As you do that, Kristen, tell us about this circuit. Kristen, tell me about this Silverstone circuit. What have our drivers got in store today? Well, it's the return of Union Motorsport, back with a vengeance. Kristen, tell us about this team. Volts Racing looking to spice things up out on the track. Kristen, what do you know about this team? One of my personal favorites, the Kowloon Dragons, are in the house. Kristen, a team to watch? Kristen, Alto Motorsport look like they could be getting themselves in a dominant position. What do you think? Kristen, looking down at the grid, it looks like Haruna Kyojin are in a great position. What makes them such a reputable team? Biko Racing are new on the scene, but Kristen, tell us why they should not be overlooked. We've got a great event for you here today, and I'd like to draw special attention to Raven West. Kristen, are they a team to watch out for? There's a lot of talk surrounding Hammerhead right now, Kristen. Is this a team to watch out for? A lot of talk on social media around Team Disruptor. Kristen, are they a team to watch out for? Volpini Racing's on the lips of just about everybody right now, Kristen. Are they a team to watch out for? There's a lot of chatter out there about Team Euro Rand. Kristen, are they a team to watch out for? And the Grid World Series brings us back to Japan. Kristen, what can you tell us about this circuit? You're joining us once again for the Grid World Series, this time at the Suzuka circuit in Japan. Kristen, what can you tell us about it? Welcome to Suzuka, and strap yourselves in because this is the Grid World Series. Kristen, tell us about this circuit. We're here at the Sydney Motorsport Park, situated in Eastern Creek, Australia, for today's Grid World Series event. Kristen, now that we're in your neck of the woods, tell us what these racers can be aware of. For those making their way to the stands here at the Sydney Motorsport Park for this exciting Grid World Series event, Kristen, what should we know about the circuit? Kristen, tell me something about the Sydney Motorsport Park. What have our drivers got in store for them exclusively here at the Grid World Series event? So now we turn our attention to Kristen, our expert on all things motorsport and our co-host of all the thrilling action in this Grid World Series. Kristen, what should we expect from this venue? Kristen, a pleasure as always to be in your company. And if you didn't know Kristen, everybody, she is a 2-time World Time Attack champion, as well as a regular top-level touring car driver. So Kristen, with all that expertise, tell us about this place. Hey everybody, you've been making a lot of noise out there, but can you make some noise once more for Kristen? Fantastic. And on that, what should we expect from this location? We're in Zhejiang for today's event. The pack need to hunt down the lead in this sure to be thrilling race in the Grid World Series. Kristen, tell me about this track. For those making their way into the stands here and just settling in for the event, Kristen, what do they need to know? Kristen, the Grid World Series is here in Zhejiang. What should our drivers expect? Sorry to interrupt, Kristen, but it looks like the race is about to begin. Gotta cut in there, Kristen. Looks like we are ready for lights out. Okay, it looks like the race is about to start. Okay, hold on, sorry. It looks like things are about to get underway. Okay, sorry, we are about to get started. All right, we'll get back to that shortly because it's time to get started. And I've just been told the race is seconds away from lights out. Sorry, race control are about to get this underway. I hate to interrupt, but the race is about to begin. Whip out the red cape, because we're sure to see some action in Barcelona today. Kristen, how do things look out there? Finish up your tapas, because Barcelona, we are about to start today's event. Kristen, how do things look out there? And today's event brings us to Brands Hatch. Kristen, what are your thoughts? Brands Hatch is pumping with excitement for today's event. Kristen, what are your thoughts? The Grid World Series arrives at Crescent Valley. Kristen, any thoughts? This is the Crescent Valley Raceway. But today, it's home of the Grid World Series. Kristen, tell us what's up. Hola, Havana. The Grid World Series is coming in hot. Kristen, what's the lowdown here? And the Grid World Series takes us to the sweltering heat of Havana. Kristen, what's heating up down there? This is Indianapolis, the pride of the Midwest. Kristen, any thoughts before we get underway? And the Grid World Series comes to a town that is no stranger to motorsport. Kristen, tell us about Indianapolis. Hello, Okutama. It's race day, and Kristen and I are on the scene. Kristen, tell us what's going on. From the mountains to the sea, everyone knows it's race day in Okutama. Kristen, let us know what's up. Here we are in the hustle and bustle of Paris, and it's about to get a whole lot busier. Kristen, what do we have in store? What a day for a race, and what a place. What have we got in store here in Paris? Paris is the where, and the Grid World Series is the what. Kristen, got any more details for this event? All right, Austria, what an event we have lined up for you today. Kristen, over to you. What's happening? It is buzzing with anticipation here at the Red Bull Ring. The Grid World Series once again bringing you the best in racing action. Kristen, what have we got in store? What a stunning setting and what a race we have here at the Red Bull Ring. Kristen, what's up with this event? We are in San Francisco for the Grid World Series. Kristen, what are your thoughts? With a beautiful and commanding view of the Pacific Ocean, here we are in San Francisco for the Grid World Series. Kristen, what are your thoughts? All right, Sepang. Kristen, give us a little insight about this Grid World Series event. Kapang! We are in Sepang. Kristen, give us some insight. Welcome to Shanghai for today's Grid World Series event. Kristen, what's in store? You can smell it in the air. Shanghai is alive with excitement for today's Grid World Series event. Kristen, what's in store? Its name is synonymous with racing. This is Silverstone. Kristen, what makes this track so iconic? Put that pinky down and put your tea away, because it's race day at Silverstone. Kristen, what are your thoughts? What's going on, Suzuka? We have a great event lined up for you today. Kristen, what's going on? All right, Suzuka, it's been a packed schedule of racing action, and now we head into the main event. Kristen, tell us about this one. Can you hear that? That is the sound of Suzuka buzzing with anticipation. This Grid World Series event has us all on the edge of our seat. Kristen, what have we got in store? This is the Sydney Motorsport Park, a place Kristen knows all too well. Kristen, what's your take? We're coming to you from the other side of the globe, from the Sydney Motorsport Park. Kristen, it's your home turf. What's your take? Zhejiang is the place, and the Grid World Series is the event. Kristen, what's going on? The city of Zhejiang is buzzing with the sound of motorsport. The Grid World Series is here for today's excellent event. Kristen, what are your thoughts? And the Grid World Series takes over Barcelona. Kristen, give us the deets. We might be saying adios to another day, but we're saying hola to a beautiful night of racing here in Barcelona. Kristen, what's in store? It's the Grid World Series at Brands Hatch. A fantastic race is ahead. Kristen, what should we expect? The stars are bright above Brands Hatch, but they're even brighter on the track for the Grid World Series. Kristen, what's up for tonight's race? Another pleasant night at Crescent Valley. Kristen, over to you. As night falls over the Crescent Valley Raceway, we're ready for a night of exciting racing action. Kristen, what are we watching out for? Buenos dias, Havana. It is race time. Kristen, let us know what's going on. The day is gone in Havana, but the night's getting hot. It's race time. Kristen, what are the factors to be aware of? And a fine welcome from the people here in Indianapolis. Kristen, take it away. It's evening in Indianapolis, and the sound of crickets are being drowned out by the sounds of engines. Kristen, anything to mention before the race starts? And they've really rolled out the carpet for us tonight in Okutama. Kristen, what are your thoughts on tonight's event? The night blossoms are abloom here in Okutama, but we're ready for the smell of burnt rubber. Kristen, what are your thoughts? The sun is set on the streets of Paris, but this is the city of lights, the city of headlights and floodlights as we kick off this event. Kristen, what are your thoughts? Bonsoir, Paris. It is race time. Kristen, what are some factors they need to be aware of? With the streetlights on, it's race time. Kristen, what are the factors to be aware of? As the sun goes down on the Red Bull Ring, the action lights up in the Grid World Series. Kristen, what should we expect? Guten Abend, Austria, and welcome to the main event. We are here at the Grid World Series, ready for tonight's action. Kristen, what's the deal here? Austria, it's a night at the races, and what a race we have in store. Kristen, tell us about this one. The lights are bright over the Golden Gate of San Francisco. Kristen, what are your thoughts on this event? The sun is set over Alcatraz, and it is evening in San Francisco. Kristen, what are your thoughts on the event? An exciting event today here in the Grid World Series, and our host is Sepang. Kristen, what's worth mentioning? Sepang is cloaked with stars and the beautiful moon above. But the real action's going on down here with the Grid World Series. Kristen, anything to mention? This is Shanghai, and tonight's event is sure to be something spectacular. Kristen, tell us what's in store. The sun has set on Shanghai, but the stars are coming out for tonight's event. Kristen, what are your thoughts? And the Grid World Series arrives at Silverstone. Kristen, what are your thoughts on this event? Silverstone shines during the day, but boy does it glimmer at night. The Grid World Series has arrived, and Kristen is about to tell us what's going on. That's right, it's the Grid World Series in Suzuka. A fantastic evening of racing ahead. Kristen, what should we expect? All right, Suzuka. Not long now until the main event gets underway. That's right, the Grid World Series is here. Kristen, what's up for tonight's race? Welcome to Suzuka for tonight's event. Kristen, what are your thoughts? Well, it's time to go racing, Sydney. Kristen, what are the conditions like? Hello, Zhejiang, and thank you for joining us for this exciting race. Kristen, what are you amped about? Zhejiang says goodbye to another day, but we say hello to another night of racing. Kristen, what are your thoughts? And they've launched, flying through the air and bracing for that impact. And we have liftoff. Oh, just look at them go. And we have liftoff. Sending the car through the air like a rocket. Controlled drift there, Kristen. Locking the rear wheels up for just a fraction and sending it into a drift. Oh, and now they're going sideways. Wow, Kristen, seeing some clean lines and smooth racing out there. All right, we got a real clean race here. Now, just look at how they're using the whole track to stay smooth and fast. Really catching the groove. Got some beautiful clean racing here. Look at that smooth line. Well balanced and well trailed. Beautiful pursuit. They're following each other's lines perfectly. Taking the corner with ease there, Kristen. If you want the perfect example of cornering, that was it. Everything under full control, real commitment to the corner. Really getting in there. Not an inch of apron. Beautiful corner. Close driving here, finding the clean air, priming themselves for the overtake. Sticking close to the rear, hunting for that draft, and looking for the overtake. Now look at that. They got the clean air right behind them. I'm looking for the overtake at any moment. That is some tight drafting that's really going to pay off. Ooh, you smell that clean air? That is a beautiful draft. You could not get any closer for that draft. Close driving here, finding the clean air, priming themselves for the overtake. Now look at that. Approaches the corner and uses the car's weight to initiate a slide. Really throwing the weight around now. Look at that. Using the car's own momentum and sending it into a drift. Shifting through the gears, getting up to speed. Beautifully smooth racing out there and really mastering those entry speeds. Now, Kristen, you can see that they're keeping the drive fast, but smooth. Riding the handbrake, giving it a little throttle and controlling the slide. A dab of handbrake, and into the drift. Oh, you can tell right there. They touch the handbrake, and the rear end comes on out. That's a fast lap, Kristen. Can anyone beat it? Whoa, and we have a race. What a lap. Coming through now, you can feel the adrenaline surging, but they're keeping everything tight for a super lap there. Just own that lap record. That's the fastest lap we've seen all day. Put their name on the board. That's a lap record. Really sticking to that racing line. A masterful display. Found the entry point right there, held it, and a nice exit to seal the deal. This is a real masterclass of control. That's some Zen balance right there. Is that racing line a rail? Because they are on top of it. They are one with that racing line. Well, they are glued to that racing line. Oh, well, Kristen, that was lucky. Oh, threading the needle there. That was very nearly a disaster. Ooh, that was close. Tell your friends, a pass like that on the outside to take position is how you do it. Passing on the outside there. Oh, what a move on the outside. Taking that overtake to the outside. There it is, the risky outside overtake. See that, Kristen? An amazing overtake, executed like a pro. And that's what we call racing, Kristen. What an overtake. Come on. There we go. They pushing past and they're continuing to surge forward. Kristen, did you see that overtake? Ooh, they got owned on that overtake. Overtaken like a master. Out of the turn and into a drift there, Kristen. Look at that, coming out of the corner into a drift, sending it out the corner. Look at that, full send. Great control there. That, Kristen, is a textbook power slide. Mwah. I could watch that slide all day long. Ooh, these two are about to kiss each other. Don't do it. Keeping it so close. One wrong move could prove costly. And they are keeping close to the competition. I mean, real close. If I didn't know any better, I'd say these two are peas in a pod. Side by side, they're like a mirror image of each other.
Side by side, they're like a mirror image of each other.
That's a real show of skill, Kristen. What a performance. Slingshot. What a move. Oh, come on now. That is pure skill. That's what the pros call a slingshot.
Masterful slingshot.
Unable to keep all four wheels on the ground there, Kristen. Barely keeping the wheels on the ground. Ooh, they're pushing some G's and pulling those wheels just off the road. And we're on two wheels. Okay, a pass on the inside, taking a risk, but it pays off. Ooh, and that takes him on the inside, getting through on the inside and seizing that moment perfectly. Hugging it close on the inside. There's another overtake. Surviving the carnage and racing toward the finish. What a race! What a driver! Charging towards the finish, nerve holding out, concentration at capacity. What a drive! Well, they got away with it earlier, but now it looks like they pushed their luck a little bit too far. Fans of bumper-to-bumper action are getting their money's worth today. That track is lethal, and their rival is taking full advantage. What a race! This is going down to the wire. On to the final stretch, a place in the Grid World Series secured. Axel Berg has lost the top spot. What a move! Pushing Callum Kirkwood out of first place. Claire Fox will be looking for some reckoning as she loses the lead there. Cooper Wright loses the lead to a stunning move there. And Alonso unseated from the top. What an incredible scene. We have got a battle on our hands. Harrison Carter has been demoted from first place. And Hideki Matsuoka looking so promising right up to the point he was outperformed. Jet Holzer being forced out of the lead. Kurt Wittenstein losing his grasp of first place. and Makoto Nakano can't hold on to the lead. Mason Campbell loses the lead. A real brave move unseats Max Wilson, and he drops out of the lead. And Rick Scott loses first. Can he get it back? Look out, Axel Berg has taken the lead. Callum Kirkwood is biting for the lead. Can he take it all the way? Claire Fox with a confident push into first. Cooper Wright storms into the lead. A thrilling move by Alonso to get himself into the lead. Harrison Carter on the offensive, taking first place, and Hideki Matsuoko now leads this race. Jet Holzer back in the game and moving into first. Kurt Wittenstein making a bold move into first position. And it's Makoto Nakano with the move into first. Mason Campbell is now leading the race. Max Wilson makes it into first, and Rick Scott moves into first. Well, they got one up on Axel Berg as he drops a place. Axel Berg pushing through the pack. Callum Kirkwood coming in strong. What a move by Claire Fox. Cooper Wright doing what he does best, a smooth pass. And Alonso is taking no prisoners out there. Another one bites the dust. Another great move there by Harrison Carter. Hideki Matsuoko pushing through the pack. And Jet Holzer claims a position. Kurt Wittenstein's on a roll, picking up momentum and taking the position. Ooh, a decisive move by Makoto Nakano. They'll want a quick response to that move by Mason Campbell. Max Wilson with a confident pass. Rick Scott making the move and gaining a position. Callum Kirkwood is not going to be happy. He's going to be coming back for that position. Claire Fox losing a position. Cooper Wright losing a position there. He's not going to be happy. Alonso losing a position there. Ooh, a successful move past Harrison Carter. And that's Hideki Matsuoko slipping down the order. Jet Holzer gets overtaken and drops a position. Kurt Wittenstein's digging in a battle for that position, and he loses. Oh, and Mason Campbell drops a position. They've taken Max Wilson there, a great move. And they've passed Rick Scott. There are going to be some tough questions asked after this event. This is not going well. Not at all. What an unfortunate turn of events for them. This is not a great race. They gotta pick it up out there. They gotta find something, a little bit of focus, anything. Feels like they're on a Sunday drive. There's no competition. And that closes the door on another one. And another across the line. And more through to finish. More across the line, wrapping up the race. And another securing their position. Looks like someone's been forced to retire from the event. And they take the win! And that's first! And that's the first car over the line. We are just moments away from getting started. And they've just crushed that sector. Wow, that was a committed sector so fast. He's got that sector dialed in. They're on to the final lap. Who's gonna take the win? And the first racer is on to the final lap. Okay, this is the final lap now. Oh, and they've drawn level. Can they extend the gap and take the win? They're in the groove, they've closed the gap. Can they get past? This is looking very interesting now. They've closed the distance, looking for the overtake. Looks like they're about to hit the target time. Let's give it up. This is a great effort, looking to crush the competition. What a sight. They're hitting every corner just right. The lights are about to go green. The Grid World Series is really turning up the heat in here. There's some legends of the Grid World Series tearing it up out there right now. This Grid World Series is one for the books. You only get this kind of thrilling action in the Grid World Series. You're watching the best in racing, the Grid World Series. You only see drivers like these right here on the Grid World Series. The Grid World Series proving again, this is the best action in racing one can buy. For my money, there's nothing better than the Grid World Series. When you tell your children about the great racing you've seen, your lips will be alive with the words, the Grid World Series. This is a weekend to remember, all thanks to the Grid World Series. There's no place I would rather be than right here in the middle of this action at the Grid World Series. This is turning out to be another thrilling event for the Grid World Series. There are some absolute legends in racing, and most of them are on the track here today in the Grid World Series. Oh wow, you only get action like this at the Grid World Series. Superb skill out there from our Grid World Series drivers. The Grid World Series proving once again it's the ultimate in racing action. Absolutely amazing that we can bring the Grid World Series here. This is exactly why we love the Grid World Series. Amazing action out there. Lots of action out on this track this weekend at the Grid World Series. This is the Grid World Series, and it's incredible to be here right in the middle of all this action. And they've taken the lead, and first place has been taken. That maneuver has given them first. If they can hold this position until the end, they might just have this in the bag. This is looking good. Very good for them. Can they hold on now? And into lap 5 they go. And the first driver goes into lap 5. And lap 5 now underway. That's lap 4 underway. And they're heading into lap 4 now. And lap 4 now. They're making their way into lap 3. The first driver is now entering lap 3. And onto lap 3. They're onto lap 2 already. Onto lap 2. The first driver is now onto lap 2. Oh, and that was a nasty crash. They're gonna find it real difficult to recover from that. Are we racing or wrestling out there? Oh! Huge collision. Hope they can drive away from that one. Oh no, 2 cars and a major impact there. That was a nasty crash. No way he's gonna recover from that. Oh, I felt that from up here. Carrying far too much speed. Nasty impact. What were they thinking? Lucky to drive away from that. I need to see the replay on that one. Whose fault was that? That caused some major damage. Well, a lot of heart in that car right there. It's trying its best, but it just doesn't want to get there. That vehicle's looking worse for wear. It's gonna take a miracle to get that car across the line. That is a real spirited performance. Too bad the car doesn't look like it wants to carry on. Well, they've treated the car with a pretty heavy hand, so I'm not surprised to see it in this shape. I'm gonna give it the 10 count. This car has given up. Come on, car, prove me wrong. They took a real hard hit there. They probably picked up some mechanical damage. Oh, and they're throwing some elbows out there, taking no prisoners. Wow, they're not giving an inch out there. Bumper to bumper. They're getting real aggro out there. I don't think he's gonna get away with that. Ooh, they took a hard hit there. Might have picked up some mechanical damage, making contact and denting the panels. No quarter given in this race. And there's a collision. Oh, what an impact. Struggling to find their own space on the track. I think they might just do this. What a performance. They might have this. It's do or die time now. And multiple cars are knocked out in an almighty crash. Well, what an insane mess out there. What is going on? This should just not happen. We hope they're okay. Multiple cars knocked out in an almighty crash. Wow, smashed and broken, multiple entrants, multiple hopes and dreams smashed and taken out in one moment of madness. Is it unfair to say that that was spectacular? For all the wrong reasons, sure, but man, that was spectacular. You can see the drivers coming into the home stretch now. It's nearly over. And on to the final stretch, and now approaching the finish. And this is moments from being decided. Racing towards the finish line now. We got a driver heading off the tarmac. He's gonna lose some time there. Oh, they ran off the track, maybe picking up a penalty. All right, he's running wide of the track boundaries. That's gonna cost him. And into 9th place there with a solid move. Wow, and really pushing into the top 10 now. Gaining some places there. Way to capitalize on that overtake. They've taken first place. They need to create a gap and hold it through the end now. And they pushed into first place, absolutely dominating the competition. That's first. They're gonna want to hold on now. Into 2nd place, a real threat to the top spot now. Can they take it? It's a real charge through the pack now, taking 2nd place. And that's 2nd place. Can they hold on to it? And they break into the top 3. This is some fantastic driving. That is what you call an overtake. Into 3rd, looking to defend that position and maybe climb higher still. And that's 3rd, really piling the pressure on the opposition, breaking through that barrier and getting into 4th. With that move, they're within reach of a top 3. What a fantastic overtake, moving them from 4th and closer to the top 3. And they've taken them. Great overtake there. There we go. They've got through and taken position. Looking fast and smooth with those passes. Great driving. Ooh, and really taking it to the rest of the racers with that move. High five. Oh, looks like they aren't quite out for the count just yet. This could be a comeback brewing at the back of the pack. Ooh, a lot of work to do, but they will not be the back marker. Way to pull it out. Ooh, they're gonna want to get that place back and hold on to it. And there's a change at the front of the race with the new leader. Will it change back again? Oh, and they've lost first place. Can they get it back? They're all getting caught up in the crash down there. This is not good. Maybe a lack of discipline out there. This is a ridiculous pileup. Wow, and just like that, carnage out on the track. And they're all getting caught up in the crash down there. This is not good. And carnage erupts. Standstill for multiple drivers looking to correct their course and get back in it. Anyone caught behind this pileup now looking to take a few free places, I'm sure. Looks like a touch of aggression out on the track. Standing their ground at all costs there. Oh, they made contact. Oh dear, they will not like that a touch too close. Trading paint. A lot of trading out there. Ooh, taking a bit of paint there. Not giving an inch and making contact. And there's some contact. Looks like they clipped them there. They won't want to take too many hits. Looks like someone has lost control. And they couldn't keep control there. Looks like a spin out on the track. Gonna need to find that time back. Haruna Kyojin are no longer leading the event. Haruna Kyojin have pushed through and taken the lead. Ooh, Union Motorsport have fallen out of the top spot. That is quite a disruption. Union Motorsport are leading this event in style. Volts Racing have been outfoxed, no longer in the top spot. Volts Racing have pushed to the top of the pack and are leading this race. Ooh, Kowloon Dragons have left the top spot. The Kowloon Dragons are leading this race, and it is a sight to behold. And Alto Motorsport are no longer leading the event. Alto Motorsport have pushed through and have taken the lead. Bico Racing no longer the head of this event. The rumors are true. Bico Racing are now leading this race, and what a race it is. Raven West knocked out of the top spot. Can they get it back? Raven West have taken the lead. They're really giving it everything. Hammerhead, no longer the head of this event. The rumors are true. Hammerhead are now leading this race. And what a race it is. Ooh, Disruptor have fallen off the top spot. That's quite a disruption. Disruptor are leading this event in style. Volpini have been outfoxed. No longer the top spot. Volpini Racing have pushed to the top of the pack and they are leading this race. Ooh, Eurorand have left the top spot. Eurorand are leading this race, and it is an amazing scene out there. Major crash there, and they are out of the running. Oh, they are damaged beyond repair, and they've got zero hopes of salvation. We don't like to see it, but that's the Grid World Series. But don't worry, folks. They'll be back. No, there's no driving away from that. Oh, and that's race over for them. It's over. Major crash there, and they are out of the running. Oh, so sad. That is not how we want a race to end. Oh, that is a real shame for them. That collision has certainly done enough to take them out of the running. What a bummer. Ran into major trouble there, and they are out of the race. Oh, I think they'll be wishing for a do-over on this one. Half the time's gone for this race, and we've reached the halfway point of this race. That's half the race time over, and they're off. And it's a go here at the Grid World Series. And straight into the action going into turn one. Wow, what a start. Drivers already battling for position. They're off and already looking for the pass. And we race towards turn one. And this Grid World Series event is underway right into turn one. Wow, no prisoners out there in the charge to the first corner. And it's a go, and they're killing it off the line. Here we go. P1 looking to hold that lead through turn one. A furious start, and P3 looking to block off any attempts going into turn one. And away they go. And already some real aggressive racing as they look to settle in. And they're off the mark. That's lights out and we are racing. Flying away from the start there. Another Grid World Series event is underway. There they go, hunting for that early lead. First place, feeling the pressure there right from the start. Wow, really pushing right from the get-go. And the race is underway. And there they go. And it's off to a fast start. And there we go, racing towards the first corner. Wow, and we are racing. And here we go. Off to a great start. And there we are. The race is underway. Oh, and they judged that all wrong. Frantically realigning themselves and getting back into the race. Now, someone's a little too eager to push the track limits. Oh, an impact there. Luckily, just the one car involved. Contact with the track boundaries there. Oh, lack of judgment for a split second, and they're going into the scenery. On the wrong side of the track limits there. Now, see, that's going to slow them down. From here, it looks like they took some damage. They're going to need to get back up to pace now.
Well, it's a serious lack of discipline, Alex, but as long as they're still moving, then we still have a race. Yeah, Alex, it just takes one error, one small misstep, and you've gone and added a few dents to your car, and a few others too. Look, I feel like it's taken these drivers a long time to get here, and I don't just mean traveling here, Alex, but I mean earning the place, the right to be out there. So I expect that no opportunity to succeed will be wasted. It's the opening race, and I guess we will see who is out there to feel out the competition and who is out there to dominate this from the absolute beginning. Pretty good, Alex. The opening race is always something of a test of character as much as anything. Who is going in a bit nervy and maybe holding back for the later stages, and who is just going flat out right from the start. Yeah, I've competed here a few times. It's a great place. Of course, the racing here is always fantastic, but the atmosphere sets this place apart for me. Some of the best fans in the world. Well, I'd like to see some sportsmanship out there between the drivers. Things can get a bit heated from time to time, and sure, it makes for a good bit of drama, but there's still excitement in seeing pure skill. Well, it's a grid packed full of the best in the business, and they all want that one title, champion of the Grid World Series. Alex out there is the next Grid World Series champion. We might see that spark, that flash of talent that puts them ahead of the pack. We might see some real magic out there. Well, around now, if I was competing, I'd be wanting to relax, just chill out. So I'd talk to the team, helmet and gloves on, ultimately just stay calm and focused. Well, in both the WSR and the Grid World Series, you find the best racers. But it's open to everyone, men and women of so many disciplines. This is the best of the best. Other racing series really could do with taking a leaf or five out of the Grid World Series principles book. It's varied and, hey, look, I get a chance to compete with the likes of Fernando Alonso and Claire Fox. Where else do I get treated the same? It's a level playing field out there, and really it's anyone's to take in every race. Alex, this season takes us from the fresh countryside air of Kent to the scorching dry heat of Sydney, and so many places in between. We've been called the greatest racing action on the planet, and we do prove it every race, in every country we roll into. Just look at the names on the starting grid, Alex. Not only my peers and heroes, but drivers that are not separated by anything other than the individual skill and second-by-second decisions. The Grid World Series represents the best in racing culture and opens it up for everyone. So, as we know, these drivers made it through the WSR season, which in and of itself is a huge achievement, but now they have all had to step it up to another level. This is the big time, Alex, and everyone wants to climb to the top. Well, you know what we are in for, Alex. You've sat with me through the WSR season and seen the feats these drivers can pull off. This race should be another classic. Alex, I don't think we've ever gone away from a Grid World Series race feeling like it was a rolling procession. Every lap is pure drama, every corner a potential spectacle. This race will provide heaps of entertainment, as usual. Gosh, it's a stunning city. However, they can't take their eyes off the road, I've told you before. It is very hazardous out there with split routes and sudden corners. Though there's plenty of sweeping turns to attack and build speed. What an absolute classic location. I love it here. Plenty of subtle surface changes, and those long, fast corners make it a super speedy and satisfying drive. Yeah, Alex, well, the roads up here are up to 4 lanes wide. They offer plenty of room to find a perfect line through the turns. Though, of course, everyone else is going to be doing the exact same thing, so you're still going to have to fight for position. It's a roller coaster of a circuit with some corners that only the most fearless of racers can take on without losing their nerve. It's one of my favourites to drive because, well, let's face it, it is tough. It's a maze of turns with no real clear easy line to take it first. You just really have to learn this track, and when you do, you'll start to see those podiums rolling in. Yeah, Brands Hatch is so unique and will test even the most seasoned racer. You really need super concentration, especially on Paddock Hill Bend, and that one will reward the brave, getting your braking right and fully committing to your exit speed. Well, Alex, it's one of those tracks that you can really get stuck into and familiarise yourself with, to the point that it can become a bit of a testing ground. Well, we all know this one came from the WSR, a series I was lucky enough to be selected for. I have fond memories of this track. Just really getting out there, proving your worth, meeting Patrick Callahan, and awaiting the verdict. Oh, just get me out there already. Alex, I tell you what, there are some turns out here that are so satisfying to throw your car into. Get yourself absolutely sideways and just drift the whole way. I expect we may see some of that fairly soon. Thanks, Alex. Look, we've got your classic circuit here. Over the course of the Grid World Series, we see many different types of venue and racing. However, these tracks are custom designed, built and tested for racing. Oh, way to make a girl blush, Alex. But honestly, the pleasure is all mine. Well, this is my style, a classic racing circuit, multiple configurations, but all providing a finely tuned drive. Oh, you're too kind, Alex. Well, this is a great circuit, but it's not just professional racers with a team and sponsorship that compete here. From track days to amateur race days, it's not just for the elite. Although that is definitely what we have here today.
Alex, the weather can be the ultimate spanner in the works. Luckily though today they don't have to worry about that at all. It's an even playing field where they can push themselves as the event goes on and their confidence builds.
A point-to-point race is significantly different to completing any number of laps. You can't settle in or improve a certain section next time around. It's one shot at every section, so you really have to bring your A game along with you. Yeah, point-to-point racing is all about reacting to everything that's thrown at you. You can't wait until lap 2 to find your groove. You have to find it as soon as the lights go green. Alex, I absolutely love point-to-point races. Often it's on country roads or city streets, somewhere you can really have a good stretch of road. There's nothing like it. Oh, it's certainly been an exciting event, hasn't it? And to win, they are going to have to leave nothing on the table. I have my eye on one in particular, so let's see how they do. Looks to be a really heated race ahead. We've seen some great racing, and the way the points are stacked, I can see a few potential winners out there. But who will snatch it? Can't wait to find out. Yeah, looking at the standings and the pace of the last event, I think I have a favourite, which I'll tell you about in confidence, Alex, but I don't want to jinx it by telling everyone here. Yeah, Alex, it's been pretty eventful. I'm not sure there's much chance for the lower field to really change their fortunes too much, but that shouldn't stop them going for a win. Yeah, Alex, it's been a heated competition with some real valiant attempts at a podium made throughout. I think for some it may be slightly out of reach, but it shouldn't stop them mixing it up and getting stuck right in. Well, I doubt we're going to see anyone really troubling the podium. Dare I say, it looks set in stone. Though that's not to say there can't be any more twists and turns before it's over. Yeah, I'm feeling the nerves up here, and I'm not even competing, Alex. As professional racers, we are all looking to break into the Grid World Series. It's a level above the WSR, which is a great feeder into this series. So the talent out there really has been curated from the best of the best, but they're still human, there's still drama, and it is super exciting. Yeah, if I was down there on the starting grid, I'd be a whole heap more excited, but hold your horses, Alex. Let's take a moment to understand exactly what's at stake here. Across 5 series, we have whittled the competition down to the absolute best, the elite. The most consistently awe-inspiring races in not just the Grid World Series, but, dare I say it, in the whole world. In just a few moments, we're going to see history being written as one team takes the ultimate prize in motorsport. Now, Alex, the Grid World Series is where the best come to compete. But you know, lightweight racing is on another level. There's no mistakes to be had here. These are fast cars. You can't rely on a bit of contact like you can in some of the more elbows out categories. So whoever wins today has done so with refined racing skill and intuition. We have Volpini Racing, who in any other season would dominate this, but there's been fierce competition leading up to this moment. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a new go-to name in the stock car series by the time this is decided, Alex. Yeah, that's right, Alex. Look, I can't stress how much this means to each and every driver out there right now. All of them want a place in the Grid World Series final, and all of them deserve a place, don't get me wrong, but this is a competition and there's no reward just for participating. So, if they've got the guts and they want the glory, then now is the time to get out there on that track and hunt it down. Yeah, thanks a bunch, Alex. You're spot on. This final is just too close to call right now. If the fight to get here is anything to go by, we really are in for an epic conclusion to this series. Yeah, look, Alex, these GT races start as they mean to go on. The entrants will race from a rolling start, meaning that blistering laps can be set right from the get-go. Yeah, this is a very disciplined and sophisticated series, Alex. As much as the Grid World Series hosts many different styles of motorsport, it's here that sees the most laser-focused skill out on the track. This is high-level competition. These GT cars are built for top speed and high downforce. Tricky to master, but the competition here today have had enough practice and race experience to make it look easy peasy. Well, Alex, it's 1v1. If they get ahead, well, technically, you're now in last place. So I expect to see a fierce battle out there. 1v1 racing really is a battle more than a race. Both drivers not wanting to lose even an inch. It's going to be a great event. Oh, it's such a fantastic atmosphere. The road cars you see day to day are so unique to Havana, and that's what makes it so special. There's literally nowhere else quite like it. So it's an absolute dream location to race in. Yeah, I can't wait for the race to get underway, which shouldn't be too far off now. But about this track, Havana has notorious curbs, and they are proper curbs, and clipping one will result in destabilising your car. So personally, I would avoid them like the plague. Yeah, this is a great street circuit, Alex. It's got a bit of everything. Fast straights, hair-raising corners, and that feeling of being walled in. And there's hidden hazards out there with those curbs looking to punish anyone who clips them. You can just feel the hype with this event. I think there's some intense rivalries out there and maybe one or two scores to settle as well. The Grid World Series really brings out the drama. Alex, I cannot take my eyes off the grid, so I'm not going to be much use giving you valuable input. This is a huge event and it needs to hurry up and get started. Alex, never underestimate anyone in the Grid World Series, because just like that, one race can turn it all on its head and shake up the standings. Well, I guess some drivers have been having a better time than others. Though, with the Grid World Series, anything can happen, so let's just wait and see. You know what, I can just feel right now there's someone on the grid ready to shake things up. Mark my words, Alex, we are about to see some action, and if we don't, I'll eat my hat. Yeah, I never competed on its most well-known route, the oval. The intersection of this circuit is great, though. They can really throw their vehicles around without too much worry. Though, Alex, this is where I had my incident. So I'd say make sure you get those braking zones right, as you'll be carrying a lot of speed. So, as most people will know, this is where my unexpected break from competing happened. And I can't wait to get back here, honestly. I have a score to settle with a particular section. My advice to anyone here is just listen to your race engineer. See, I'd taken a bit too much steering damage. Not my fault, but rather than take it easy, I was foolish and I made a mistake going into turn 5, and well, here I am with you, Alex. Yeah, I've got a love-hate relationship going on with this circuit. I absolutely love it because it's such a tried and tested classic place to race. But on the other hand, I think you can still see rubber I left coming off the track on turn 5 after losing my steering. Well, Alex, these vehicles are light and fast. You don't throw them around like you would, say, a touring car. You have to think about keeping grip through the turns. That's the key to keeping quick in this category. In this category, Alex, we're looking for something you could say is a more nuanced type of driving. You're not going to get away with too much aggression, that's for sure. This is really no nonsense here. Yeah, I love this category in the Grid World Series, Alex. There's no doubt about it that in these vehicles, you have to be fully zoned in. This is pure racing. Yeah, listen up, Alex. Anyone thinking they can play it fast and loose is really going to come a cropper to someone that is a master of the racing line. Yeah, it's a great day for it. I can't wait to get back out there in the Grid World Series myself. But for now, I'll be happy watching my future rivals compete today. A fine day for a race, Alex. I'm looking forward to this one. This could be the culmination of one or two rivalries as well, so expect some action. Well, Alex, we've had a packed Grid World Series event with plenty of exciting scenes so far, but this has to be the main event. I can't wait for it to get going. Well, it's a night race. Everyone can see that, but what you can't see is the glare from the lights on the windshield. It's so much harder to see as far as you'd like than on a clear day. Night races bring a set of unique challenges with them, Alex, but that's what the Grid World Series is known for. It's one of the most picturesque roads you're going to race on, but don't let it distract you. There's plenty of long sweeping bends to get round, so you can maybe even get a bit of drifting in and be a real crowd pleaser. This one is intense. It's a lengthy drive and one you really need to get your head down, thumbs up and focus for the duration. So I expect if there's going to be a winner here today, it'll be one that can hold that nerve, get in the zone and stay there. Mate, if there was ever a place to just show off and add some flourishes to your race, well, here we are, Alex. These turns are built for a touch of sideways action, so I'd expect to see someone holding onto a monster drift at some point. Thanks, Alex, I appreciate it. So, in case you missed the signs on the way in, this is an oval circuit. This configuration is all about consistency, and if you really want to do well, then you're going to need to draft as much as possible and just be ready for that overtake when the opportunity presents itself. Yeah, cheers, Alex. Well, we should expect some real focus out there. You have to get in the zone because one moment straying off that ideal line could cost you big time. When it goes right, oval racing is a battle of endurance, fine-tuned skills, and supreme concentration. If it goes wrong, though, it can be pretty spectacular. But let's hope for the first option. So, Paris has these unique cobble streets and famous landmarks, but it's race day. This is Paris as you've never seen it before, Alex. Get ready for a thriller. These streets are absolutely chaotic at speed. Narrow, twisting, sharp street corners with huge drifting opportunities. Paris always makes for an exciting race. Well, even what you may consider a relatively slow speed can feel furiously fast. I'd expect to see some paintwork on the track barriers before the race is over. This will be a great race. So, Alex, the main thing to watch out for will be the standing water that's collecting on the track surface. So I'd want to avoid it, but if you couldn't, then you'd need to be super careful not to lose control as it can play havoc with your grip. Well, racing in wet conditions, think of it like this. You can still be quick, but the speed you carry will need a bit more track to scrub off, so corners that you could take fast in the dry may more likely result in a slippery slide into a wall, and we absolutely don't want that. Yeah, to be honest, Alex, I'm looking to see who can tame the wet surface. If you know the limits and can adapt them to fit here, well, you have more than a fighting chance. I guarantee there'll be a few drivers that'll mentally hold back out there, though. Well, this was built in 1969, so it's stood the test of time. Not only is it just such a stunning arena with the views of the forests and surrounding areas, it's a proper, technical, hard-to-master circuit. Yeah, Alex, it's a great place to compete. I would say that it's not too punishing on the brakes. What it lacks in sheer quantity of corners, it more than makes up for with high-speed straights. There's a lot of elevation, some big climbs to go with the fast straights, so plenty of overtaking opportunities, and if you can't get past, then stay close. Draft, then get round when you can. Well, looking out at the starting lineup, it's good to see some returning faces, especially ones that have set incredible lap times here before. Can they outdo themselves? That is what I want to find out. Alex, there's some real talent out there, and one or two that have shown real form here before. I'm certain we'll see just the same level of skill and commitment in just a moment. Well, Alex, we've been here before, and so have some of the racers out there too. I've seen them post some absolutely insane times here, so we should be seeing something that is next level in just a moment. Look, Alex, you've really got to be wary of long, fast downhill straights here. Danger pretty much always waits for you at the end. Remember, these corners were never built for taking at high speed. They are tight and they'll punish anyone that doesn't think braking is important. Yeah, I love everything about it here, but the crowds here especially are on another level. It's always a great atmosphere, so much so that no matter how bad of a drive you're having, the noise of the spectators just gives you that buzz you need. So let's hear you make a lot of noise. Yeah, one feature that makes this circuit unique are the hills. They are just deadly. We've seen them on film, but this isn't movie magic here. You have to hit these square on or you'll hit a potential jump at an angle, and you don't want that. Thanks, Alex. Sepang is one that I'm just itching to get back out on next year. Just seeing those cars line up is enough to make me green with envy. But I'll be back though, don't you worry about that. Thanks, Alex, it's great to be here. Look, it's going to be flat out like a lizard drinking, no doubt about it. Sepang is fast and dynamic, so you have to be aware of some real technical sections that demand just a bit more than pure speed. Yeah, cheers, Alex, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm really looking forward to seeing some technical driving out there. The racers will need to have their lines worked out, but be prepared to deviate if necessary. Especially that charge into turn 1. It's a killer. Thanks, Alex. I've raced here before. I held the time attack record for 2 years, so I really know this track well. There's so many track configurations, it's always worth coming back every season for another event. I love Shanghai because I'll take any opportunity to make some noise through the main tunnel here. The sound of the engine bouncing off the tiled surface is incredible. Music to my ears. You can hear it for miles around. Yeah, there's no shortage of incredible scenery to take in here. However, out on the track, that has to fade into the background until it is just you, your car, and the road. Alex, it's a huge weekend for the Grid World Series, as none other than Fernando Alonso has laid down the gauntlet in a team versus team showdown. This is gonna rock. Well, only the Grid World Series can offer the thrills and spills we see on a race weekend, and now we have Fernando Alonso right there. Look, just amazing. This showdown is going to be off the hook, I can just tell. The Grid World Series always manages to pull something special out of the bag, Alex, but this is something else. My only complaint is that it's not me down there in a showdown against Fernando Alonso.
Well, part of the scheduled events here, and next up is a showdown with Raven West. If you're not familiar with them, well, firstly, let me tell you, you must have been living under a rock. And secondly, expect nothing other than the highest level of competition. I mean, this is going to be fierce. 9 times out of 10 they win this race, and it takes something spectacular to change that. We've got none other than Harrison Carter stepping in to fill the legend-sized racing shoes of Nathan McCain, who as of now is not in the competition. And look, they're big shoes to fill, but I'd say Harrison is doing a great job of really stepping up to that plate. Alex, we have an amazing prospect, Nathan McCain of Raven West, racing in a Cadillac DPI. It's an absolute beast of a machine, and dressed in that iconic Raven West livery, it is just a sight to behold. I can't wait to see them in action.
Well, it's fantastic to see Euro Rand here, and in such a stalemate of a showdown as well. Both sides are eager to outperform each other. Who will it be? I just can't call it. Very excited to see Callum Kirkwood taking his place out there for this showdown. He's a committed, focused driver that'll off most of the competition. However, this looks close, so I'm not sure who's going to take it, to be honest, Alex. Ooh, a favourite car of mine out there, Alex, the Aston Martin Vantage GTE. The 4-litre turbocharged engine sounds absolutely wild. It's music to my ears. You can't mistake it.
We've got Haruna Kyojin squaring off today in a heated showdown event, and these are always worth the price of admission. You've got the best of the best going head to head. It's a showcase of pure skill, Alex. Yeah, drift legend Makoto Nakano is ready to go and demolish the opposition. Going into a showdown with him is a real statement. I've seen people pull out of similar confrontations, so kudos to the competition for attacking this head on. A showdown with Haruna Kyojin can only mean one thing, Alex: tyre smoke and stacks of it. I've been waiting a long time to see this showdown event take place. Now it's finally here. It can't start quick enough. This is going to be next level. Yeah, Alex, the thing that sets Disruptor apart is that they definitely are show ponies. They might win, they might not, but whichever way it falls, they are going to win you over doing it. Yes, they are, Alex. The common misconception is that Disruptor just do style and nothing else. False. They're truly skilled and they know how to please an audience. Where Disruptors specialise is they can dominate a race. If in any way there needs to be a performance or a bit of showboating here and there, they're absolutely a team.
You rarely see Volpini racing outside of the top 3. They will take every race on like it's a final. Volpini Racing are just a great team. Maybe they play it safe by competing when they know they can get to top 3, but they do get those results time and time again. Yeah, they're a real force to be reckoned with. If they're out on the track, then they aren't taking it lightly. Every race with them is a massive deal. Yeah, Alex, it's a highly anticipated showdown with Disruptor. And, well, you can see by the crowd how much of a name they've made for themselves here. Just have a wander around and see how many people are wearing their merch. Look, it's insane. Yeah, if the name Axel Berg means anything to you, then you know that this showdown is going to be seriously high octane. As well as having a cool name, he's been turning the Grid World Series on its head. Hold on to your hats for this one, folks. An absolute classic of a showdown event, Alex. If you can get that Skyline R32 anywhere near top speed, then you're in for a quick time. Maybe we'll see a new record set here. Who knows? Look, it's anyone's game. I'm super excited about this one, Alex. As you know, my team, Hammerhead, is out there right now, ready for a showdown event. Look, all professionalism can just go absolutely out the window today. Come on, Hammerhead, you got this! Well, Alex, we've got a fantastic main event, a showdown with Hammerhead. And it looks like Cooper Wright is getting his car ready to take this one on himself. He means business. So, Alex, we've got a fantastic headline event with Hammerhead in a showdown that's going to be a great race, especially in the Ford Falcon classic Aussie car, a V8 supercar that's just perfect for this type of head-to-head battle.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. We've got a really interesting matchup for this headline showdown event. Volpini Racing have been making waves this season with a huge spend getting to these events. The winner here is sure to go on to great things. A real showdown of personal importance to me, Alex. Claire Fox really inspired me to race. I've been watching her career for such a long time and I'm really eager to see her race as soon as we get underway. It's a bit of a big deal for me. A classic showdown event here at an absolutely classic car, Alex. Who doesn't love a beat-up stock car? I certainly do, and can't wait to see these head off against each other.
Silverstone is, of course, famous worldwide. It's every driver's dream to race here, and the Grid World Series gives us the chance to see all sorts of racing we might not normally see. Today will be an absolute corker of a race, I'm sure. Yeah, Alex, we've got an exciting race ahead of us here today. I mean, just look at the crowds out there. You got every man and his dog coming from all over the place to catch this one. This is what happens when the Grid World Series rolls on into town. Well, it's always fast here at Silverstone, whether it's hitting the limit down Hanger Straight or holding your line around these famous turns. It's always exciting, always a great race, and always a great day out for the fans. You're right, Alex. It's awesome to see Union Motorsport once again flying the flag out there. You have to love the dedication to their roots in the WSR. Great to have them back. Well, we all thought they were gone once New Union collapsed, but Harris and Carter got the gang back together, and here we are. Will they surpass their previous achievements? Only one way to find out. Yeah, well, we used to know them as New Union from the USA, but after a few seasons of no-shows and radio silence, they are back. In a slightly different form, but we've seen them race now, and it's that same spirit, the same drive we all know and love. Hailing from Malaysia, they have quickly risen to fame. Untouchable in their country's championships, they've taken a huge step and are now competing against the best from all around the globe. Well, you can't say they don't stand out down there on the grid. Bringing style, performance and a huge global fan base, they are definitely ones to watch in this race, Alex. Alex, there's not much we do know about Volts. This is their first foray into any sort of global championship. But look, we all know you don't get here for putting in average performances. So I'd expect to have a new favourite team by the time this race is over. Me too, Alex. The Kowloon Dragons are everyone's favourite. The anticipation before every race they are in is just incredible. They are just pure magic, Alex. Whether it's 1v1 or in a full lineup, they always put up a fierce fight. China's very own superstar race team, they saw a lot of success in the WSR, and now they have come to dominate the Grid World Series. Can anyone stop them? Absolutely. We all know there's been many world-class drivers hailing from Scandinavia, so this team has been able to pick from the best of the best. Well, they already are in a dominant position, Alex. They are the ones to beat out there for sure. Someone has to try and block them off if they want to beat them. I think teamwork is going to be key out there. Yeah, for sure, Alex. They are a dominant team. They aren't settling for a mid-pack finish, let me tell you. Yeah, Alex, they really are up there with the best. Somewhat innovators, always ahead of the curve, and pushing that technology to improve and outperform the other teams. I'm sure they have something special under the hood right now. They really made their name in the Drift series way back in the day, but they've seen plenty of success out on the circuits too. I'd say seeing the odd drift during the race is a given though. It's in their DNA. Yeah, originating in Japan and eventually breaking out to be known worldwide, they just are a great team. Very technical, professional, confident. I'd say they stand a good chance out there to win. A pro team in their homeland of Brazil, they are breaking out on the global race scene, having made it into the Grid World Series. And to get here, you have to be racing at the highest level. Well, you can't overlook that livery. I love how they look out there on the grid. It's so strong. But that can't be everything, and believe me, Alex, Beco Racing have the skills to back it up. Yeah, I've had my eye on this team for a while, and I'm so glad they are now in the Grid World Series. Real classic professional team. They certainly go for the clean win when they can. Absolutely. If you are up against Raven West and they want to win, then you better believe they have put in enough time and effort to do just that. Yeah, you really have to watch out for Raven West. If there's an overtaking opportunity, you better believe they'll take it. Clean or not, they have the smarts and the muscle. Yeah, for sure, Alex. Raven West can outsmart pretty much any team. They quickly rise to the top of whatever they start. So I'd say they are certainly a favourite. Indeed they are, Alex. Hammerhead always push through a season to make a profit and get that sponsorship. They have to perform at a very high level. Look at it this way, Alex. How do Hammerhead get these sponsors coming back time and time again? They get the job done. Alex, Hammerhead are not always the favourites, but get in the way of their sponsors' demands and you'll find them a very tough competitor. Yeah, Alex, the thing that sets Disruptor apart is that they definitely are show ponies. They might win, they might not, but whichever way it falls, they are going to win you over doing it. Yes, they are, Alex. The common misconception is that Disruptor just do style and nothing else. False. They're truly skilled and they know how to please an audience. Where Disruptors specialise is they can dominate a race. If in any way there needs to be a performance or a bit of showboating here and there, they're absolutely a team. You rarely see Volpini racing outside of the top three. They will take every race on like it's a final. Volpini Racing are just a great team. Maybe they play it safe by competing when they know they can get to top three, but they do get those results time and time again. Yeah, they're a real force to be reckoned with. If they're out on the track, then they aren't taking it lightly. Every race with them is a massive deal. You know what, Alex? They may be seen as a bit of a stepping stone to move on to the other bigger teams, but you will not find one single person that dismisses them. Maybe they can push to the top. Absolutely, Alex. They are true to the sport and highly regarded for it. They race well and get great talent on board. I'd like to see them come out on top. Alex, sometimes supporting Eurorand can be complicated. They've had a bit of a revolving door policy on their team, but they always spot new talent and they get the results. It's really kind of you, Alex, and thanks everyone that's made it out here. The Grid World Series hosts many styles of racing, classic circuits and oval configurations, but this right here is a street circuit. Roads that are normally used for commuting are now going to see their fair share of peeled off rubber and tyre smoke. Well, Alex, I'm a big fan of any street-based racing. There's just something about it that's just available to everyone, Just can't wait for it to get started. Like any street circuit, one of the things I love the most is just how big it all sounds. Those huge engine noises just bouncing off all the buildings. You can hear it for miles and it's just electrifying. Well, it wouldn't be the Grid World Series without a bit of American muscle, and the stock car category satisfies that, bringing the most muscular cars right onto the grid, ready to do battle. Well, it's gonna be loud. The more cautious of the crowd, especially those trackside, are putting on their ear defenders to help, but you can still feel those engines pass through your body. It's incredible. Well, one thing stock car racers excel at is racing tight. Setting up the overtake and winning those battles is a skill best learned in this series. There's a series of uphill bends in some configurations of this circuit that demand a lot of focus and fine-tuned control to get through without incident. Yeah, a great circuit, Alex, with some real technical and challenging corners that will take time off you if you don't get the approach right. Very unforgiving. Well, there's not many overtaking opportunities out here, though if you're able to overtake on the hairpin, that's as good a place as any. Otherwise, you'll have to try it at speed elsewhere. Well, it's a fast track. You've got a long straight turning late into turn one, but as long as you're aware of that, you can still attack it aggressively. I've certainly pushed its limits before. It's my absolute favourite way to race, Alex. Alex, I'd say turn 4 is one you have to watch out for. A tight turn with a late apex, and you're going to be approaching fast. Coming out of turn 4 into turn 5 is where I'd expect to see someone come off the track, but let's just hope they can stick with it. This is my hometown, Alex, and I can tell you we are in for a great race. I've been coming here since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, and I can tell you every single race was something to shout about. Of course, we have the best fans in the world too. Just thought I'd drop that in there. Yeah, look, you can just forget about any other car on the track. This is you and the road. And of course, the clock. Well, Alex, it's all about setting the fastest time, finding that perfect racing line. Alex, this event is a time attack. We're going to see some of the competitors racing smooth and smart to set blistering lap times. Yeah, Alex, there's some absolute powerhouse vehicles out there. Loud, fast, aggressive. That's just the touring car style. It's a blast to compete in and just as much fun to spectate. It's a perfect fit for the Grid World Series. This is a tight, bruising, elbows out kind of race, Alex. If you haven't lost a bit of paint by the end of the race, well, you've either kept the lead from the get-go or you've got very, very lucky. Yeah, another unpredictable, thrilling touring car event on the way, Alex. Spectators are settling into their seats, knowing absolutely anything can happen when it gets heated out there. What I like about this series, Alex, is the mix-up of standard racing in these tuned vehicles to all-out time attack events. It means all season you're getting thrilling races just bang out one after the other. Yeah, this is my favourite series to compete in, Alex, don't you know it? Each car is set up to perfection with added aerodynamics designed for maximum downforce. These cars are firmly planted. Well, the Grid World Series has hosted the Tuner Series right from the word go, and it's easy to see why. These cars handle as well as they look, and the drivers on a technical level are unsurpassed.
Time attack is about unrelenting bravery on the throttle. This is it. You put in the performance now, or you see your points dwindle.
Well, there's multiple corner sections that demand a clean line. Otherwise, you'll exceed track limits and pick up a time penalty. Yeah, I know all too well about losing a race once results are adjusted for penalties, and let me tell you, it is always a massive regret. Yeah, this is a fast but technical race circuit with a lot of elevation, so expect to be climbing on the far side of the track and then heading back down towards the start-finish line on the return. Well, the twists and turns come at you thick and fast, so this is all about finding a clean line through it all. If they're battling for a position, there is some fast straights that are great for the overtake, but they'll definitely have to be brave about it. Sorry, got to cut in there. Looks like we're ready for lights out. Oh, it looks like the race is about to start. Yeah, okay, sorry, it looks like things are about to get underway. Okay, sorry, we're about to get started. All right, we'll get back to that shortly because the race is about to get underway. And I've just been told the race is seconds away from lights out. Sorry, cut you off there. Race control are about to get this underway. Sorry to interrupt, Alex, but the race is about to begin. Mate, just look at that flying through the air and bracing for the impact. This is unbelievable, lifting that car right off the track surface. And just look at them go. Nice one, just soaring like an eagle. Gosh, you could drive a truck under that air. A beautiful controlled drift there, Alex. Locking the rear wheels up for just a fraction, sending it into a drift. And they are sending it sideways. Sweet, sending that straight into a drift. Wow, Alex, seeing some clean lines and smooth racing out there. All right, we've got a real clean race here. Now, just look at how they are using the whole track to stay smooth and fast. Oh, really clean driving there, Alex. Beautiful to see. Yeah, keeping it on the line, not a scratch on the paintwork. Look at that, just drifting along. Beautiful work. Taking the corner with ease there, Alex. Perfect corner that was. Everything under full control and real commitment to that corner. Yeah, just coming out of that corner hot and fast. Nice. Beautiful exit off that corner. That's really going to get them points. Close driving here, Alex. Finding the clean air, priming themselves right up for the overtake. Sticking close to the rear, surely looking for that overtake any second now. Yeah, look, they've got the clean air right behind them. What I'm looking for is to see that overtake at any moment. Yeah, strategically tucked in there, Alex. Bit of a draft there, just looking for that overtake. Nicely tucked in behind that other car. Yeah, now look at that. Approaches the corner and uses the car's weight to initiate a slide. Really throwing that weight around now. Beautiful control control to send it into the drift, using the car's own momentum. Masterful. Chucking a drift. Nice. Throwing it sideways. Classic maneuver. Yeah, they're shifting through the gears, getting right up to that top speed. Smooth racing out there, really mastering those entry speeds. Yeah, Alex, you can see that they're keeping the drive fast, but smooth. Yeah, Alex, really efficient driving we're seeing out there. Just smooth sailing across this track. On the handbrake and giving it the throttle to control the slide. Just a dab of handbrake and bang on into a drift. Yeah, you can tell there. See, they touch the handbrake and the rear end comes out, throwing that car straight into a smooth drift. Just edging through into a drift. Nice one. What a drift. Alex, can you believe what we're seeing? That's a really fast lap, Alex. Can anyone beat it? Yeah, look, we really have a race. What a lap. Coming through now, adrenaline surging, but everything keeping tight for a super lap there. Absolutely ripping up the track, going so fast. What a fast lap, just zooming on through the track there. Absolutely ripping up the track, going so fast. Really sticking to that racing line, a masterful display. Yeah, they found the right entry point there, Alex, held it, and a really nice exit to seal that deal. If you wanted to see a masterclass in control, this is it. Nice, Alex, just effortlessly coasting down that racing line. Just cruising along that racing line, keeping it nice and tight. Just hugging that racing line really tight there. Beautiful work.
Just hugging that racing line really tight there. Beautiful work.
Well, Alex, that was lucky. Practically threading the needle there. Bit close for comfort, that one. Very nearly a disaster. Ooh, that was a close call, but they're okay. Ooh, near miss on that one, but thankfully we're still on the road. Yeah, look at that. Just what we expected. A pass on the outside to take the position. Passing on the outside there. Bold move there on the outside. Nice work straight up the outside. Coming up the outside. Beautiful work. Coming up the outside. Beautiful work. See that, Alex? A brilliant overtake executed like a pro. And we are racing now, Alex. What an overtake. And there we go. They got past and they continue to surge forward. Brilliant overtake. Just so smooth. Great overtake, zipped round them, no worries. Coming out of that turn and into a drift there, Alex. Look at that, coming out of the corner, straight into a drift. Sending it out the corner, sailing on through that drift. Drifting round the corner. Look at that, full send, great control there. Now, Alex, this is what we've been talking about, a textbook power slide. I could watch that slide all day long. Really turbocharge that drift, sending it into a power slide. God, I don't know about you, Alex, but I have always got time for a power slide. Driving a little too close for comfort there. It takes real nerve to keep you cool under these conditions. Yeah, they're really cutting it fine there. One wrong move could prove costly for them. They're keeping it close, but they've got it under control. Head to head, so close you can barely breathe between them. Yeah, real show of skill there, Alex. What a performance. Wow, what a move. I'm really impressed. Check that out. That is pure skill. Nice work, slingshotting around the outside. Yeah, they don't seem to be able to keep all four wheels on the ground there, Alex. Barely keeping the wheels in contact with the ground there. And with quite a bit of force, they're lifting ever so slightly off the road. Got some real fancy footwork going on there, haven't we, Alex? Okay, a pass on the inside takes a risk, but it pays off. Yeah, overtakes them right there on the inside. Getting through on the inside, seizing that moment perfectly. Risky business, but they've really nailed that inside pass. Could have been touch and go, but they've made that inside pass. Inside pass, brave move. Alex, I've never seen anything like it. Going on to cross the line after what happened earlier is just incredible. A future champ in the making. Not many could finish this race. Hasn't there been enough action already? Now stoking that fire. Well, I guess they aren't out there to make friends by the looks of it. You'd think after seeing the incident earlier, they'd take more care. Not sure what happened there, Alex, but look, they've managed to get back control and they're still in this. We have a race. What an end to the series. This is it. They are going through, surely. They are fighting all the way to the end and surely a place in the Grid World Series to follow. It's not over yet, Alex. They've saved it and they are still very much in this race. And Axel Berg has lost the top spot there. Incredible move there, forcing Callum Kirkwood out of first place. Claire Fox will be looking for an answer as she loses the lead there. Cooper Wright loses the lead to a stunning move there. And Alonso unseated from the top. What an incredible scene. We have a battle on our hands. Harrison Carter has been demoted from first place. And Hideki Matsuoka looking so promising right up until the point he was outperformed there. Jet Holzer has been forced out of the lead. Kurt Wittenstein losing his grasp of first place. Makoto Nakano couldn't hold on to the lead. Mason Campbell loses the lead. A real brave move unsettles Max Wilson as he drops out of the lead. And Rick Scott loses first. Can he get it back? Axel Berg has taken the lead. Callum Kirkwood is currently in the lead. Can he take it all the way? Claire Fox with a confident push into into first. Cooper Wright storms into the lead. A thrilling move by Alonso to get himself into the lead. Harrison Carter on the offensive takes first place. And Hideki Matsuoka now leads this race. Jet Holzer, gaining confidence from the start, has moved into first. Kurt Wittenstein making the move into first position. And it's Makoto Nakano with the move into first. Mason Campbell is now leading the race. Max Wilson makes it into first. And Rick Scott moves into first. Axel Berg dropping a place there. Axel Berg pushing through the pack. What a move by Callum Kirkwood. What a move by Claire Fox. Cooper right there with a smooth pass. And Alonso is taking no prisoners out there. A great move there by Harrison Carter. Hideki Matsuoka pushing through the pack. Jet Holzer claims a position. Kurt Wittenstein picking his moment and taking the position. What a move there by Makoto Nakano. They'll want a quick response to that move by Mason Campbell. Max Wilson with a confident pass. Rick Scott making the move and gaining a position. Callum Kirkwood will want to reclaim that position. Claire Fox losing a position there. Cooper Wright losing a position there. Alonso losing a position there. A successful move past Harrison Carter. And that's Hideki Matsuoka slipping down the order. Jet Holzer gets overtaken and drops a position. Kurt Wittenstein in a battle for position and loses. And Mason Campbell drops a position. They've taken Max Wilson there, a great move. And they've passed Rick Scott. It's a battle for first all the way to the finish line. It's too close to call. And here they come with plenty of time to spare in first place. And coming through now looking to take second, but it's being challenged. Can they grab it? We've got second place looking to finish now. Give them a cheer as they go past. Third place all up for grabs. It looks close. It is close. Who has the speed to get over the line first? Third place about to cross the finish line and looking to finish strong and in the points. There are going to be some tough questions asked after this event. Oh, this is not going well, not at all. This is an unfortunate turn of events for them. Not a great race. They've got to pick it up out there. They've got to find something, a little bit of focus. Feels like they're on a go slow. They really aren't troubling the competition. Another one is done. And another across the line. And more through to the finish. There we go, more wrapping up the race. And another securing their position. Looks like someone's been forced to retire from the event. And they take the win. And that's first. And that's the first car over the line. Sorry to interrupt, but it looks like the race is about to begin. And they've just posted a really fast sector. Wow, that was a committed sector, so fast. A very impressive sector there.
They're on to the final lap. Who's going to take the win?
And there's the first racer onto the final lap. Okay, this is the final lap now. The car looks to have had a pretty rough time out there as the driver nurses it towards and hopefully over the finish line. Oh, and they've drawn level. Can they extend that gap and take the win? They've closed the gap. Can they get past? This is looking very interesting now. They've closed the distance looking for the overtake. Looks like they're about to hit the target time. Give them a big cheer. This is a great effort looking to smash the competition. What a sight. They really are hitting every corner just right. The lights are about to go green.
Sorry to interrupt, but it looks like the race is about to begin.
And they've taken the lead. And first place has been taken. That manoeuvre has given them first. If they can hold this position until the end, they might just have this in the bag. This is looking very good for them. Can they hold on now? And into lap 5 they go. And the first driver goes into lap 5. And lap 5 now underway. That's lap 4 underway. And they are heading into lap 4 now. And lap 4 now. They're making their way into lap 3. The first driver now entering lap 3. And onto lap 3. They're onto lap 2 already. Onto lap 2. The first driver is now onto lap 2. Oh, and that was a nasty crash. They're going to find it difficult to recover from that. Are we racing or wrestling out there? Oh, a huge collision. Absolutely massive. Have to wait to see if they can drive away from it. Oh no, 2 cars and a major impact there. Oh, and that was a nasty crash. They're going to really find it difficult to recover from that. Oh wow, I felt that impact. Just carrying far too much speed. A nasty impact there. Oh, what were they thinking? Lucky to drive away from that one. I'll need to see the replay on that one. I couldn't see who's at fault with that impact, but it looks like it's caused some major damage. And our final competitor approaches the finish line, and what a fantastic race. Pushing now toward the finish line and try to gain that place and avoid coming in last. Battling it out for a high position on the finish straight here. It's all there to take. Who is going to come out on top? Another driver coming through now, looking for a strong finish. That is a real spirited performance. Shame the car doesn't look like it wants to carry on. That vehicle is looking worse for wear. I reckon it's going to take a miracle to get that car across the line. That is a real spirited performance. Shame the car doesn't look like it wants to carry on though. Well, they've treated the car with a heavy hand, so I'm not surprised to see it's in this state. I'm going to count to 10 and this car will have given up. Come on, car, prove me wrong. Yeah, they took a hard hit there, might have picked up some mechanical damage. Driving with their elbows out, taking no prisoners. Wow, they are not giving an inch out there. There's some real aggression out on track there. I don't think they'll get away with that. Oh, they took a hard hit there, might have picked up some mechanical damage, making contact and denting the panels. No quarter given in this race, and they collide into each other. Oh, what an impact. They're really struggling to find their own space out on track. I think they might just do this. What a performance. They might have this. It's all or nothing now, and multiple cars are knocked out in an almighty crash. Wow, what an almighty mess out there. What is going on, Alex? This just should not happen. We hope they're okay. And multiple cars are knocked out in an almighty crash. Wow, Alex, smashed and broken, multiple entrants, multiple hopes and dreams, taken out in one moment of madness. Mate, is it unfair to say that was spectacular? For all the wrong reasons, yes, it was. You can see the drivers coming into the home stretch now. It's nearly over. And onto the final stretch. And now approaching the finish. And this is moments from being decided. Racing toward the finish line now. A driver heading off the tarmac, surely going to lose them time. Oh, they've ran off the track, maybe picking up a penalty. They've ran wide of the track boundaries. That really could cost them. And into 9th place there with a solid move. Wow, and really pushing into the top 10 now. Gaining places there, looking to capitalise on that overtake, I imagine. And they've taken first place. They need to create a gap and hold it through to the end now. And they have pushed into first place, absolutely dominating the competition. That's first. They are gonna want to hold on now. Into second place, real threat to the top spot now. Can they take it? Oh, it's a real charge through the pack now, taking second place. That's second place. Can they hold on to it? And they break into the top 3. This is fantastic driving. Great overtake there. Into third, looking to defend that position and maybe climb higher still. And that's third, really piling the pressure on the opposition. Breaking through a barrier there by getting into fourth. Oh, with that move, they are within reach of a top 3. What a fantastic overtake, taking them into fourth and closer to the top 3. And they've taken them. Great overtake there. There we go. They've got through and taken a position. Looking real fast and smooth with those passes. Great driving. And really taking it to the rest of the races with that move. Ooh, proving they aren't quite out for the count just yet. This could be a comeback brewing at the back of the pack. A lot of work to do, but great effort to get out of last place there. They're gonna want to get that place back and hold on to it. And there's a change at the front with a new race leader. Will it change back again? And they've lost first place. Can they get it back? And they're all getting caught up in the crash down there. This is not good. Maybe a lack of discipline out there, a ridiculous pile-up. Wow, and just like that, carnage out on track. And they are all getting caught up in the crash down there. Speaking from experience, this is not good. And carnage erupts. Standstill for multiple drivers looking to correct their course and get back on it. Anyone caught behind this pile-up now looking to take a few free places, I'm sure. The drivers are filtering through now. This race is underway. Ooh, looks like a touch of aggression out on the track. And they are standing their ground at all costs there. Ooh, they made contact. Oh dear, they will not like that. A touch too close. Trading out there. Taking a bit of paint off there. Yeah, not giving an inch and making contact. And there's some contact. Looks like they clipped them there. They won't want to take too many hits. Oh, it looks like someone's lost control. Oh, and they couldn't keep control there. Looks like a spin out on track. Gonna need to find that time back. Haruna Kyojin are no longer leading the event. Haruna Kyojin have pushed through to lead this race. Union Motorsport have fallen off the top spot. Union Motorsport are leading this event in style. Volts Racing have been forced off the top spot. Volts Racing have pushed to the top of the pack and are leading this race. Kowloon Dragons have been pushed off the top spot. Kowloon Dragons are leading this race. Amazing scenes out there. Alto Motorsport are no longer leading the event. Alto Motorsport have pushed through to lead this race. Beco Racing are no longer leading this event. Beco Racing are now leading this race, and what a race it is. Raven West have been knocked off the top spot. Can they get it back? Raven West have taken the lead. They're really giving it everything. Hammerhead are no longer leading this event. Hammerhead are now leading this race, and what a race it is. Disruptor have fallen out of the top spot. Disruptor are leading this event in style. Volpini Racing have been forced off the top spot. Volpini Racing have pushed to the top of the pack and are leading this race. Eurorand have been pushed off the top spot. Eurorand are leading this race. Amazing scenes out there. Major crash there, and they are out of the running. Damage beyond repair and hopes beyond salvation. We don't like to see it, but that's the Grid World Series, and folks, don't worry, they'll be back. Yeah, there's no driving away from that. Oh, and that's race over for them. It is over. Major crash out there, Alex, and they are out of the running. Ah, so sad. That's not how we want a race to end. Oh no, that is a real shame for them. That collision has certainly done enough to take them out of the running. Ran into major trouble there and out of the race. You know what, I think they'll be wishing for a do-over on this one. Half the time's gone for this race. And we reach the halfway point of the race. That's half the race time over.
And they are off.
And it's go here at the Grid World Series. And straight into the action going into turn 1. Wow, what a start. Drivers already battling for position. They're off and already looking for the pass. And we race towards turn 1. And this Grid World Series event is underway and racing towards turn 1. Wow, no prisoners out there in the charge to the first corner. And it's go. What can they do off the line? Here we go. P1 looking to hold that lead through turn 1. A furious start. And P3 looking to block off any attempts going into turn 1.
And away they go.
And already some real aggressive racing as they look to settle in. And they're off the mark. That's lights out and we are racing. Flying away from the start there. Another Grid World Series event is underway. Oh, there they go, hunting for that early lead. First place, feeling the pressure there right from the start. Wow, really pushing right from the get-go.
And the race is underway. And there they go. And it's off to a fast start.
And there we go, racing towards the first corner. Wow, and we are racing! And here we go, off to a great start. And there we are, the race is underway. And they just judged that all wrong. Frantically realigning themselves and getting back into the race. Just a little too keen to find the track limits there. And it's an impact there. Luckily, just the one vehicle involved. Contact with the track boundaries there. Some lack of judgment for a split second and they go into the scenery. Just on the wrong side of the track limits there. Now see, that's got to slow them down. From here, it looks like they took some damage. They'll really need to get back up to pace now.
First of all, Crofty, and thanks for the glowing introduction. I just want to say it's a real privilege to be here, and I can't wait to see what this competitive field has in store for us this season. Now, to answer your question, obviously there's the question of performance in race trim, but really this is going to be all about reliability. It's the first Grand Prix of the season, don't forget. You're pushing all your new components to their limits. Formula One cars are full of very sophisticated but also very sensitive technology. So the most important thing today is to get to the end of the race, keep everything in good condition and try to stay out of trouble while you're at it. And a little bit of luck too, I'd say. This is one of those circuits where the safety car always seems to come out just at the right time to condense the field together and mix up the cars on different strategies. It's hard on brakes, it's tough on fuel, and the main overtaking opportunity is down into turn 1, where it's easy to outbrake your opponent and potentially have a bit of argy-bargy as well. Yeah, that's right. I didn't last that long though, unfortunately. Qualifying had gone pretty well, but my brakes failed quite early in the race, around lap 10 or 11, something like that. And of course, back in 2004, I was the very first Formula 1 driver to complete a lap of this circuit. Just thought I'd mention that for you, Crofty. You like a good stat. It's a fairly tough circuit on the brakes here, though. You know, there's that long back straight down into turn 14, and then you got turn 6 and 11. They're quite heavy as well. On top of that, managing your front tyre wear is always a challenge around here, so there's a lot to keep in mind during the Grand Prix. Well, I'd say it's just raw pace, plain and simple. I mean, we could sit here and talk about strategy all day, the overtaking, looking after the tyres, but at the end of it all, if you want to win, you need a package that's got the speed over everyone else, and that's exactly what they had today. The difference was clearly in the strategy. You could tell they'd done a lot of work on the pit wall to really optimise each stint and get the most out of the tyres, and it highlights just how much of a team sport this really is. But credit to the driver as well though, there's no good having a well-oiled machine behind the scenes without a talented hand on the wheel, of course. Well, I think the track conditions just really suited their car today. Wind, track temperature, you name it. These cars come alive when the tyres are just at the right temperature, so the more easily you can keep them there, the better your race tends to go, and that's exactly what happened. Their car just looks so comfortable out there. Well, tyre management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today. I think the key here was just the quality of the racecraft, you know? I mean, how many overtakes did they make overall? I'm sure we have a stat person keeping score somewhere, and it was fantastic to watch, wasn't it? This is a strategic sport at the end of the day, but it's always really gratifying to see close-fought battles on track. It's what all the fans are after. Well, Crofty, this was won through an abundance of speed and an abundance of skillful overtakes. Inside, outside, cutting underneath, we saw it all today. And it's really nice to see a Grand Prix won in that manner. A race, surely, that will satisfy the purists today, I think. I think we'll chalk this one up to a deft touch on the brake pedal. That's allowed them to challenge down the inside into the braking zones, and ultimately, if you do that often enough, you end up winning the race. It was great to watch as well though, wasn't it? Forget strategy, forget tyre management. Who doesn't love a good old-fashioned scrap? Well, when you overtake that many people, I'd certainly hope you'd win the race. Their car was really effective in the slipstream here today, and the team would be pleased that they didn't cook the engine, given how long they were spending in the hot air behind other cars. They had a lot of confidence to push their tyres hard as well, especially going into the corners, which allowed for some late braking and some exciting passes. Well, staying out of trouble was probably the most important factor here. In the race where half the field weren't classified at the checkered flag, you were able to guarantee a good result by basically keeping the car running. With their pace and a decent strategy as well, I don't think the race was ever really in doubt. Well, you know what they say, to finish first you have to finish. And that fact was clear today, with lots of retirements having a big effect on the outcome of the race. As a driver, you tend to keep reliability concerns to the back of your mind and just focus on what's in front of you. But for the teams, races like this can be very stressful. A reliable car, that was the most important factor here. This was a real battle of attrition, and you could tell those at the front were trying to find a balance between running their outright pace and taking care of the car to reach the end. Taking care of the car was absolutely vital today. It's been obvious all weekend that the pace was there, but look at the attrition rate we've had. They would have been very concerned about any minor anomaly towards the latter stages of this Grand Prix. It was a question of right place, right time today, and we were looking at an entirely different race before the safety car came out, but they were able to take full advantage after the field had been bunched up. Well, they played the safety car to absolute perfection. There are so many factors to worry about once the race is neutralised. I mean, do you pit for fresh rubber? Do you have the space behind you? How much fuel can you save? If you answer all of those questions correctly, you'll have a good chance. And that's exactly what happened today. Well, the safety car completely changed the race, didn't it? It's hard to say exactly what would have happened without it, but there's no question that they came out of that situation in a good position. Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage. Well, they clearly have a car that comes alive in the kind of conditions we were dealing with today. It's a very balanced package in the wet, and what that means is that the drivers have confidence to attack, and having that confidence gets you on the power earlier, it lets you brake later, and can put you a long way up the road. Rain always has the potential to liven up a race and mix up the order, and they've taken full advantage of that to claim the victory today. It's always a bit of a lottery when the conditions are like this, but they've managed to stay on circuit and have come out on top. Well, keeping their tyre temperatures up in the tricky wet conditions was really important. There's not much grip out there at the best of times, and it's 10 times worse if you're out there on cold tyres. So the way they kept the rubber in its proper operating window was a huge advantage today. It's a heroic effort for any driver to race in conditions like these, and seeing them fight their way to the front was very special indeed. They were able to find all the grip, all the good lines, and had the confidence to get on the power to top it all off. That's what pushed them into first place here today. First of all, Crofty, and thanks for the glowing introduction, I just want to say it's a real privilege to be here. I can't wait to see what this competitive field has in store for us this season. Now, in regards to the weather, you're absolutely right. You know, we've just come here off the back of testing. It's the first opportunity to really gauge where the reliability is, where the performance is, how you stack up against your competitors in the Grand Prix, and now it all has to be kind of put on hold for a bit. So now the question becomes, who can be adaptable? Who has the wet weather pace, and who can make best use of these difficult circumstances to come out on top in these conditions? Good thing then that combined these teams put in just a shade over 13,000 kilometres on the clock during testing. The cornering speed of these new machines is absolutely unbelievable. How many lap records are still held by Michael Schumacher from 2004? Well, on the right day, on the right tyres, we might just be threatening them this year. Wider tyres, wider cars, more downforce. I have to say they look great, and the qualifying spectacle is undebatable. Now the big question remains, can they follow? Can they race? Or have these new rules gone too far? Fernando Alonso. Wherever he is, whatever team he's in, when is he not just brilliant? He'll give you a performance every time, just like he's done today. Well, I think it has to be Fernando Alonso. He got the strategy spot on and consistently had the pace to come through as well. That's got to be the flying Finn. Wait, how many flying Finns have we had now? Anyway, I'm talking about Bottas this time. Just great raw speed. And a good job in traffic as well. Oh, well, I'm a bit spoilt for choice, Crofty. My instinct says Valtteri Bottas, and looking down the field, no one really jumps out at me to make me change my mind. Oh, maybe Marcus Ericsson? Yes, I think I'll commit to that one. Marcus Ericsson, fine job, very consistent. I'm going to go for Marcus Ericsson. He's clearly got a very delicate touch in close proximity to other cars, and he's matured a lot over the past few seasons, which served him well today. It's a difficult call, but I'm going to have to give it to the Ferrari driver. Well, I'm going to have to give it to the Force India driver today. Look at where they finished compared to where they started. It's not easy to cut through the field like that in Formula 1, so it was a great effort. They pushed and found some fantastic performance. It was just a pleasure to watch. They did a great job at getting the most out of their tyres without losing pace, something that's a very handy skill to have in modern day Formula 1. They fought so hard and had incredible pace at times, so I don't think anyone else did a better job today. That was a commanding performance today, very impressive indeed. There was a lot going on all down the field, but they were the only one who I really felt maximised their potential. They demonstrated a very delicate touch in close proximity to other cars, as well as showing a lot of maturity and patience in difficult situations. It's got to be Romain Grosjean. He was in another league for me today, really impressive. Look at where Romain Grosjean finished compared to where he started. That's a really strong performance, so driver of the day has to go to him, I think. Well, I have to give it to Lewis Hamilton. You know, it was just the kind of drive you'd expect from a multiple world champion. Well, it's got to be Lewis Hamilton. He was fast, decisive, everything you'd want from a top-class driver. Today, I think I'll give it to the Haas driver. Well, after a drive like that, it's got to be Nico Hülkenberg, hasn't it? Very clean, very smooth. He can be really pleased with that one. Well, my driver of the day was Nico Hülkenberg. He did a cracking job moving through the field and just highlighting why he's so highly rated in the paddock. Probably Danny Kvyat. The young Russian has a lot to live up to, and I think he did just that today. My driver of the day, Crofty, was Danny Kvyat. Look at where he finished compared to where he started, and that's a great effort. Well, it's got to be Felipe Massa, hasn't it? He fought so hard and had incredible pace at times. I don't think anyone did a better job today. Felipe Massa. For me, that was an outstanding performance that drew on every bit of his not unsubstantial experience. Today, I'm going to give it to the McLaren driver. Well, I'm going to have to give it to the Mercedes driver. Well, he had a great drive today, somewhat unexpected maybe, but I'm going to go for Kevin Magnussen. Quick, clean, and in control. It was everything you could ask for. Let's give it to Kevin Magnussen. That was a commanding performance today, very impressive indeed. Difficult call, but I'd like to say Esteban Ocon. He's just so gifted at getting the most out of his tyres, and he showed that today. Let's give it to Esteban Ocon. That was a commanding performance today, very impressive indeed. It's got to be Jolyon Palmer. He was in another league for me today, really impressive stuff. Well, Jolyon Palmer did a great job coming through the field today, so my vote goes to him. Difficult call, Crofty, but I'd like to say Sergio Perez. He's just so gifted at getting the most out of his tyres, and he showed that here today. Let's give it to Sergio Perez. That was a commanding performance today, very impressive indeed. I think it's got to be Kimi Raikkonen. He's not always spectacular, but he quietly gets the job done, and that's the case today. Well, I have to give it to Kimi Raikkonen. Consistency, good battles, sensible driving. he can be pleased with that performance today. For me, the Red Bull driver was the class of the field today. It's a difficult one, but I'll have to go for the Renault driver. I think I'm going to give it to Daniel Ricciardo. He's come through the field so well today, you know, well deserved. Lots of drivers impressed me today, Crofty, but I'd say the one who impressed me the most was Daniel Ricciardo. From my point of view, it would have to be the Sauber driver. I'm going to say Carlos Sainz. It was probably one of his best drives this season and I was thoroughly impressed. Probably Carlos Sainz. You know, strong pace, good work with the strategy, just a very complete drive, I think. Difficult call, but I'd say Lance Stroll. He was committed the entire race, and it's paid off with the result. Let's give it to Lance Stroll. That was a quality drive from start to finish. He can be proud of that one. I think I'll have to give it to the Toro Rosso driver. I'm going to say Stoffel Van Dorn. It was probably one of his best drives this season, and I was thoroughly impressed. Probably Stoffel Van Dorn. You know, strong pace, good work with the strategy, just a very complete drive, I think. Sebastian Vettel. He was a class above today, just an absolute pleasure to watch. I'm going to go for Sebastian Vettel. People have suggested before that he can't race wheel to wheel, but as he showed today, it's nonsense. Max Verstappen. When I was his age, I was just jumping into single-seaters for the first time. The fact that he's here in Formula 1 and putting in performances like that still amazes me. I'd say Max Verstappen earns that title today. Opportunistic, I think is the word, is something he's become known for during his short career so far, and it's served him well here. Well, it's a difficult decision for sure, but I'm going to say Pascal Wehrlein. We've been seeing his talent elsewhere for a while now, and it's good to see him making the same kind of impact in Formula 1. Well, Pascal Wehrlein was, for me, head and shoulders above anyone else today. He was decisive with his passing, he was aggressive with his strategy, and he's done a great job coming through the field. I think I'm going to award it to the Williams driver. Tyre wear is always something you have to consider to a certain degree. Finding a good car balance that suits the circuit will help prolong the life of the tyre, but it's true that some circuits, such as this one, are more challenging than others. How hard you can push them depends on your strategy and how tight the battle is around you. Tyre wear will probably be the dominating factor around this track. It's so easy to use up the life in your tyres as you seek to find the lap time. If you have a good balance to begin with, like the Mercedes and Red Bull, you'll always stand a better chance. It's easy to make your car quick in a straight line, you just take all the downforce off. But when it comes to a track like this, you really need a bit more of a compromise. The main focus here is carrying speed through the fast-flowing corners, but you still don't want to be a sitting duck on the straight. Drivers are going to need a nicely balanced car to be fast here. They'll need to get the most out of the medium and high-speed corners, which will push them to run more downforce. But in turn, this slows the car down on the straights. It's a tricky balancing act. Top speed is a key factor for this circuit. Even if you can achieve the same lap time as someone running less wing than you, chances are you'll find overtaking difficult if you have too much drag. The teams will have arrived with all manner of parts designed to capitalise on the long straights. The cars will be that much harder to drive in the corners, but everyone will be in the same boat. No matter how good a driver is at managing their throttle application to limit rear slip, they can't always overcome a car that's inherently bad at looking after its rear tyres. Here we have a lot of low-speed corner exits, which means a whole load of energy, heat and tyre wear. Lots of low-speed exits means the rears are in for a lot of punishment. It's all too easy to spin them up coming out of a corner too aggressively. It might look great for us as spectators, as we love to see a car driven beyond its limits, but it's not going to result in a great long-run pace. Well, tyre management is key here, specifically the rears. It's all too easy to overheat and wear the rear tyres as they are punished out of the low-speed corners. Most teams won't be able to avoid some kind of issue here, especially the teams that are running less downforce. It's the scene of many incidents as drivers jostle for position. You have to make a choice between going for it and self-preservation. There's no point in going in hot if you don't come out intact the other side. Even if you're at the front, you will be worrying about the guys behind you. We've seen in the past how tricky the first corner is. It's not an issue in practice and qualifying, but if you throw a lot of highly competitive drivers at it all at once, you've got an entirely different situation. The smarter drivers will be able to temper their approach and stay out of trouble, but it doesn't mean it's easy. Turn 1's always a consideration for this race. It's certainly a difficult one to get right when surrounded by other cars, but the race isn't won or lost there. You've got to be smart, get through, and hope your rivals get into trouble and not you. I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble. I feel like consistency was probably the key today. There's being quick, and then there's being quick lap after lap after lap. If you can do that, you can capitalise on other people's errors without making many of your own. and that's an approach that can push you a long way up the field.
The atmosphere is heavy with expectation and anticipation, and bearing the weight of that burden today is a place we know very well indeed. It's Albert Park. The story of the season begins here then with the Australian Grand Prix, and it's time for the first chapter to be written. They say that even a second is an eternity in Formula One, so going 4 winter months with no racing at all has seemed a very long time indeed. We're back though in Melbourne, home of the Australian Grand Prix since 1996. There's something in the Bahrain air tonight, and I'm not just talking about the sand. Our brightest minds have thrust their brightest ideas into the spotlight of the Sakhir circuit this evening as we look ahead once more to a Grand Prix that has thrilled us so consistently in the past. The curtain rises once more then on the desert stage of Sakhir as the players take their places for the opening act. Will they enthrall us like they did in 2014 with that titanic battle between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton? Well, we'll find out shortly as we get underway here in Bahrain. Hard work, ingenuity and ambition. All things you'll find in abundance amongst the 15 million people of Shanghai over there to our southeast. And we've got plenty of that here on the grid as well. 20,000 horsepower, give or take, chomping at the bit to be unleashed for the Chinese Grand Prix. Ever since the Sauber of Felipe Massa passed Jenson Button into Turn 1 at the very first Chinese Grand Prix in 2004, Shanghai has consistently provided close racing and extraordinary memories. It's where Lewis Hamilton effectively lost the title in his rookie year, and it's where Nico Rosberg claimed Mercedes' first win of the modern era in 2012. So, here they come now, out onto the podium. Wherever you go, anywhere in the world, the prancing horse flags are dominant in the grandstands, and they're out in force again today. It's Ferrari on the top step once more. And as we can see, it's time for the podium, and as the drivers make their way out, there's a familiar red suit making its way to the top step. Fantastic win for Ferrari. It's time to present the top drivers with their trophies for today's Grand Prix. And there are a lot of people in the paddock very happy with this result. It's Force India on the top step. I can see them on their way out to the podium now. Force India have really come a long, long way in this sport. And what a special race this was to see them earn that top spot. Here come our winning drivers then, out onto the podium at the end of a thrilling Grand Prix. The drama and excitement are over, and it's time to let it all sink in. Congratulations to our top 3 today. And now it's time to wind down and celebrate after that fantastic Grand Prix. Here they come, your top 3, out onto the podium. Well, this is it. This is where they all want to be. Here come the top 3 then, out onto the podium after a fascinating Grand Prix. And as the adrenaline dies down after another eventful Grand Prix, here come the top 3 out onto the podium. Welcome then to the podium our top 3 drivers. What a great effort from them today in a very difficult race. Well, I'm thoroughly exhausted after the excitement of that race, but I'm sure it's nothing compared to our drivers here. They've worked hard to make it up there, and it's great to see them make their way out onto the podium. Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be Haas picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for coming out on top in that amazing Grand Prix. There aren't many teams, you know, as they come out onto the podium now, who could do what Haas have managed to accomplish here. It's hard to believe just how competitive they've already become. An amazing victory. Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be McLaren picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for that fantastic performance. And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race from the McLaren team, and I'm really happy to see them there on the top step of the podium. And here are our podium drivers today after that excellent race. They've excelled here, as they so often do, and it's a well-deserved victory. Mercedes, then, are on top today. So as I say that, we can see the drivers coming out now to collect their trophies. It's yet more silverware to take back to their base in Brackley after another excellent Grand Prix. So here come our winning drivers today, and what a race it was. There's been a big push at the factory lately to get these cars ready, and we can see the fruits of that labour today as Red Bull lift the winner's trophy. And I can see now the drivers are making their way out. We need Red Bull fighting at the front. They do an incredible amount for Formula One. And that's another winner's trophy heading back to Milton Keynes. Here come today's winning drivers, and what a race it was. This is a team that knows success very well in F1, and they're just itching for even more. Congratulations to the Renault team for their excellent win today. As we can see, it's time for the podium, and I can see the Renault team underneath our commentary box going crazy as their drivers walk out. It was a great win, and it means a great deal to this team. So here they come out now onto the podium after a thrilling Grand Prix. It just goes to show what a strong position the sport is in, that these independent teams can be so competitive. What a superb victory from the Sauber team. Looks like they're on their way out to the podium now, and what a result this is, and what a popular one with the crowd as well. Great stuff to see the Sauber team on top here today. And it's time now for the podium celebrations, and how well deserved is this one? This is a team all about giving talented young drivers an opportunity to race and to win. Toro Rosso are your winners here today. And look at this, they're coming out now. Toro Rosso have developed something of a reputation for forging exciting talent, and we can see that here. An incredible victory, and I can see our drivers making their way out now. It's been a sublime team performance, and it's the culmination of a lot of hard work. Williams are your winners today. Oh, here they are now. I always love seeing the independent teams do well. Williams have a long and storied history with F1, and I'm delighted to see them on the top step of the podium. I'm joined today in the commentary box, as I will be throughout this season, by a great racing driver, a former F1 competitor, a man who was world champion once upon a time as well, and an all-round top chap. It's the one and only Anthony Davidson. And tell me, here we are, first Grand Prix of the season, the first time racing these cars. So what are the big questions that need to be answered here, in your view? Bahrain has showed us many times in the past, though, Anthony Davidson, that a good strategy will only take you so far. Beyond that, you need good racecraft and you need good consistency. Joining me once again to take you through this race is the effervescent Anthony Davidson, and I'm very much looking forward to it getting underway. You raced here, of course, didn't you, back in your Super Aguri days in that infamous Chinese Grand Prix of 2007? Anthony, what do you think made the difference here? Tell me, Ant, what was the key to this success? And I have to wonder, Anthony Davidson, just what set them apart from the competition here? A great win then for the Maranello team today. Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. So, another excellent win from Ferrari. A great win then for the Force India team today. So another fantastic victory for Force India today. Brilliant stuff from Force India today. What a superb victory. A great win then for the Haas team today. So another fantastic victory for Haas today. Brilliant stuff from Haas today. What a superb victory. A great win then for the McLaren team today. So another fantastic victory for McLaren today. Brilliant stuff from McLaren today. What a superb victory. A great win then for the Mercedes team today. So another fantastic victory for the Silver Arrows. Brilliant stuff from Mercedes today. That's another historic win. A great win then for the Red Bull team today. So another fantastic victory for Red Bull today. Brilliant stuff from Red Bull today. What a superb victory. A great win then for the Renault team today. So another fantastic victory for Renault today. Brilliant stuff from Renault today. What a superb victory. A great win then for the Sauber team today. So another fantastic victory for Sauber today. Brilliant stuff from Sauber today. What a superb victory. A great win then for the Toro Rosso team today. So another fantastic victory for Toro Rosso today. Brilliant stuff from Toro Rosso today. What a superb victory. A great win then for the Williams team today. So another fantastic victory for Williams today. Brilliant stuff from Williams today. What a superb victory. I'm joined today in the commentary box, as I will be throughout this season, by a great racing driver, former F1 competitor, former world champion, and dare I say it, all-round top bloke as well. It's the one and only Anthony Davidson. And tell me, here we are, first Grand Prix of the season, and it's gone and rained on us. I imagine that that's not especially helpful for the teams, who are still trying to figure out, of course, what kind of performance they're all capable of. We go racing today then in the state of Victoria, where the drivers have 16 corners and 3.3 miles to navigate at an average lap speed of around 120 miles an hour. The close proximity of the barriers makes accidents inevitable, and recent history shows us that a safety car is not at all out of the question. Formula One returns to the desert today on this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities, and 2 DRS zones will help with that as well. It could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakir notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some points during the Grand Prix. Shanghai International Circuit then, a 16-corner high-speed thrill ride. The long and ever-tightening right-hander at turns 1 and 2 tests a driver's patience, and the flat, open to the elements location tests their skill in a crosswind. 2 DRS zones will assist passing, and overtaking is available into turn 1 and, of course, down the kilometre-long back straight into the hairpin at turn 14. It's out with the old and in with the new here at Albert Park as we usher in what we hope will be a triumphant new era of Formula One racing. For our drivers, though, it's very much business as usual, as they look to be first across that line and get their championship off to a winning start. Today's race, of course, not simply the start of a new season, but the start of a new kind of Formula One. Anthony Davidson, great to have you with us once again. This is a big moment for the sport. Big changes to the technical regulations. The potential, perhaps, to give us the biggest shake-up since 2014. Very different cars visually and, fingers crossed, much faster as well. That's a fantastic performance from Ferrari. It hardly looked in doubt. And an incredible win for Force India. A brilliant performance. Great work from the Haas team. They take a famous win here today. McLaren have pulled it off. They've won in spectacular fashion here today. And Mercedes have pulled off a great victory here today. Victory for the team from Milton Keynes then after a quality performance. Renault have pulled off a sublime performance to secure the top step of the podium today. Congratulations to Sauber then for their excellent win today. It was touch and go for a while there, but Toro Rosso have done it. A great win. It's been coming for a while, this one. What an excellent win for Williams. Just south of Melbourne's downtown business centre is the one and only Albert Park Circuit. 3.3 miles of public roads, all closed for the weekend of course, make for a bumpy racing surface with little undulation. There are 16 corners around the lake, but a couple of good passing opportunities as well, thanks in part to the DRS zones into turn 1 and turn 3. We'll be racing around 3.36 miles of the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit today, with 15 corners and 2 DRS zones into turns 1 and turn 11. That should create some good passing opportunities. Keep an eye out for drivers locking the front left down into the tricky braking zone of turn 10. Well, what a weekend that has been. Please join us next time for another thrilling instalment of this Formula One season. That's it for today's Grand Prix, and from Ant and I, it's goodbye and see you again next time. After all that excitement, it's time for a lie down, I think. Thanks for joining us, and goodbye until the next race. It was great having you with us for this weekend. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Until next time, though, goodbye. After all this drama, you'd be mad not to join us for the next race. We hope to see you then. Take care. There'll be plenty more twists and turns to come this season. I hope you can join us at the next race to see just who will come out on top. Welcome to Melbourne, where the practice session is about to start for this weekend's Australian Grand Prix. The pre-race talking is over. Now it's time for the drivers to show their worth. We're about to join the action in what is sure to be an interesting practice session here in Melbourne. It's not long until we get the session underway and we'll have some cars appearing out on the track. Welcome to our viewers from around the globe. You join us just as today's practice session for the Australian Grand Prix is about to start. Welcome to Melbourne, where qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix should be getting underway shortly. The crowd are here and they're here in numbers for the first race of the season. Welcome to the Australian Grand Prix. The crowd are here and here in force for what is going to be a fantastic day of racing. Welcome to the Australian Grand Prix. Hello and welcome from Albert Park, Australia for today's race. And I think it's shaping up to be a classic. The magnificent Bahrain International Circuit sits majestically in the desert, situated just 30 kilometres from the capital Manama. Welcome to the Bahrain Grand Prix, where practice is about to get underway. Welcome to the deserts of Bahrain, where the Formula One circus has rolled into town. We're expecting the cars to appear out on track shortly to start today's practice session. The cars are ready, the drivers are ready. We hope you're ready as qualifying is about to begin here in Bahrain. Welcome to Sakhir for the start of the Bahrain Grand Prix. We hope you're ready for an exciting evening's action. Hello and welcome from the Bahrain International Circuit here in Sakhir, where the drivers are down on the grid going through the last checks with their engineers before we can get underway. This weekend sees us arrive in Shanghai for the Chinese Grand Prix. First up is today's practice session. Good morning, and I hope you're as excited as we are for today's practice session here at the Shanghai International Circuit. This 5.45 kilometre track provides both low-speed cornering and a long high-speed straight, a combination that will challenge even the most experienced driver. We'd like to welcome you from wherever in the world you join us today for this F1 qualifying session here in Shanghai, China. It's now time to sit back and relax and enjoy the show. It's time for the Chinese Grand Prix here in Shanghai. Hello and welcome to coverage of today's practice session from a very wet Albert Park. We can but hope that the weather doesn't deter the teams from running their usual programs, and we're just a few moments away from the green light. Welcome to Bahrain, where the weather has sprung a surprise. Yes, it's actually raining. These unusual weather conditions will test the teams today, who usually come to Bahrain expecting it to be very hot and very dry. Good morning and welcome from Shanghai. The wet conditions here today are likely to prove an especially difficult challenge as the teams begin their preparations for the weekend's Grand Prix. As all the cars are now over the line, your top three again are... Quick look at the classification at the end of the session then. Here are your top three. An interesting practice session there then. Let's remind ourselves of the top three. Who are? That's it for practice then. We'll see you again soon. Thank you for joining us for free practice today. We'll be back with more Formula One action very shortly. That concludes an interesting practice session. Let's hope for more excitement as the weekend unfolds. Practice times are on the board then, but no points are on offer just yet. We'll be back with more F1 action soon. So qualifying is complete and we're all set for an exciting race tomorrow. Your top three are... As we wind down from the excitement of qualifying, here's a look at your top three. The grid is all set then for the race tomorrow. But before we go, let's quickly remind ourselves of our top three. Who are? The grid is set then, so that just leaves the race itself. Join us tomorrow, where we'll be live with all the action. And until then, it's goodbye. Goodbye for now then, but we're really just getting started. Make sure to join us again for Lights Out tomorrow. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the main event. We'll be live and uninterrupted for the Grand Prix tomorrow, so make sure you join us then. It's time to leave for now, but we'll be back tomorrow when the Grand Prix itself gets underway. And starting alongside is Fernando Alonso. And it's Fernando Alonso in P2. And Valtteri Bottas will line up alongside. And it's Valtteri Bottas that completes the front row, with Marcus Ericsson alongside. And Marcus Ericsson completes the front row, with Roman Grosjean alongside. Edging out Roman Grosjean, who'll start from P2. And Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. And it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. And starting alongside is Nico Hülkenberg, with Nico Hülkenberg alongside. And Daniel Kvyat lines up alongside. Edging out Daniel Kvyat, who starts from P2. And it's Felipe Massa alongside. A very happy Felipe Massa starts second, with Kevin Magnussen alongside. And it's Kevin Magnussen in P2, with Esteban Ocon alongside. And it's Esteban Ocon in P2. And starting alongside in P2 is Jolyon Palmer. And Jolyon Palmer completes the front row. Sergio Perez lines up alongside. Edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. And a Ferrari alongside. And a Force India alongside. And a Haas alongside. And a McLaren alongside. And a Mercedes alongside. And a Red Bull alongside. And a Renault alongside. And a Sauber alongside. And a Toro Rosso alongside. And a Williams alongside. And Kimi Raikkonen completes the front row. Edging out Raikkonen, who'll start P2, with Daniel Ricciardo slotting in alongside. And P2 goes to Daniel Ricciardo, a strong showing from the Australian. And talented Spaniard Carlos Sainz completes the front row. A very happy Carlos Sainz will start second, with Lance Stroll alongside. And it's Lance Stroll in P2, with Stoffel Van Dorn alongside. And it's Stoffel Van Dorn in P2. And starting alongside in P2 is Sebastian Vettel, with Sebastian Vettel starting alongside. Edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. And Max Verstappen lines up alongside, with Pascal Wehrlein alongside. And it's Pascal Wehrlein in P2. Alonso, Fernando Alonso, and Fernando Alonso. Bottas, Valtteri Valtteri Bottas, and Valtteri Bottas, Ericsson, Marcus Ericsson, and Marcus Ericsson, Grosjean, Roman Grosjean, and Roman Grosjean. Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton, and Lewis Hamilton. Hulkenberg, Nico Hulkenberg, and Nico Hulkenberg. Kvyat, Daniel Kvyat, and Daniel Kvyat. Massa, Felipe Massa, and Felipe Massa. Magnussen, Kevin Magnussen, and Kevin Magnussen. Ocon, Esteban Ocon, and Esteban Ocon. Palmer, Jolyon Palmer, and Jolyon Palmer. Perez, Sergio Perez, and Sergio Perez. A Ferrari, and a Ferrari. A Force India, and a Force India. A Haas, and a Haas. A McLaren, and a McLaren. A Mercedes, and a Mercedes. A Red Bull, and a Red Bull. A Renault, and a Renault. A Sauber, and a Sauber. A Toro Rosso, and a Toro Rosso. A Williams, and a Williams. Raikkonen, Kimi Raikkonen, and Kimi Raikkonen. Ricardo, Daniel Ricardo, and Daniel Ricardo. Sainz, Carlos Sainz, and Carlos Sainz. Stroll, Lance Stroll, and Lance Stroll. Van Dorn, Stoffel Van Dorn, and Stoffel Van Dorn. Vettel, Sebastian Vettel, and Sebastian Vettel. Verstappen, Max Verstappen, and Max Verstappen. Wehrlein, Pascal Wehrlein, and Pascal Wehrlein. Well then, after an exciting qualifying session yesterday, let's take a look at how the cars line up. With that then, let's run through the grid order. We're almost ready to go then, and this is what the starting grid looks like for today's race. So before the off, let's remind ourselves of yesterday's qualifying session with a look at the starting grid. And Fernando Alonso starts from the back of the grid. And Valtteri Bottas starts from the back of the grid. And Marcus Ericsson rounds off the grid. And Roman Grosjean starts from the back of the grid. And Lewis Hamilton rounds off the grid. And Nico Hulkenberg completes the grid. And Daniel Kvyat completes the grid, and Felipe Massa completes the grid, and Kevin Magnussen rounds off the grid, and Esteban Ocon rounds off the grid, and Jolyon Palmer rounds off the grid, and Sergio Perez rounds off the grid, and a Ferrari rounds off the grid, and a Force India rounds off the grid, and a Haas rounds off the grid, and a McLaren rounds off the grid, and a Mercedes rounds off the grid, and a Red Bull rounds off the grid, and a Renault rounds off the grid, and a Sauber rounds off the grid, and a Toro Rosso rounds off the grid, and a Williams rounds off the grid, and Kimi Raikkonen rounds off the grid, and Daniel Ricciardo rounds off the grid, and Carlos Sainz starts from the back of the grid, and Lance Stroll rounds off the grid, and Stoffel Van Dorn completes the grid, and Sebastian Vettel starts from the back of the grid, and Max Verstappen completes the grid, and Pascal Wehrlein completes the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track, and with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track. They've taken a grid penalty. They'll be starting further back after an earlier grid penalty. What a qualifying from Fernando Alonso. He starts from pole position. Fernando Alonso has a good view of turn 1 from his pole position slot. Good job yesterday from Valtteri Bottas. The Finn starts from pole position. Valtteri Bottas lines up on pole position. Marcus Ericsson starts from pole position today. Marcus Ericsson lines up on pole position. A fantastic qualifying from Roman Grosjean yesterday puts him on pole. Roman Grosjean lines up on pole position. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position. Great work from Nico Hulkenberg yesterday sees him start on pole. Nico Hulkenberg lines up on pole position. Daniel Kvyat has a clear view into turn 1 from his pole position slot. It's Daniel Kvyat on pole position today. Great qualifying lap from the Russian driver. It's Felipe Massa on pole position today. Felipe Massa will start on pole thanks to a superb effort in qualifying yesterday. Kevin Magnussen lines up on pole position. A fantastic effort from Kevin Magnussen yesterday puts him on pole position. Esteban Ocon lines up on pole position. A fantastic effort from Esteban Ocon yesterday puts him on pole position. It's Jolyon Palmer on pole today. Jolyon Palmer has a clear run into turn 1 from his pole position slot. It's Sergio Perez on pole position today. Sergio Perez and Force India start on pole position. It's Ferrari in pole position then. It's Force India in pole position then. It's Haas in pole position then. It's McLaren in pole position then. It's Mercedes in pole position then. It's Red Bull in pole position then. It's Renault in pole position then. It's Sauber in pole position then. It's Toro Rosso in pole position then. It's Williams in pole position then. Kimi Raikkonen's perfect lap yesterday sees him start from pole position. Kimi Raikkonen starts today from pole position. It was a good showing from Red Bull in qualifying, and Daniel Ricciardo starts from pole position. Daniel Ricciardo starts from pole position today. Carlos Sainz starts his Toro Rosso from pole position. An immense lap from Carlos Sainz yesterday puts him in pole position. Lance Stroll lines up on pole position. A fantastic effort from Lance Stroll yesterday puts him on pole position. Stoffel Van Dorn lines up on pole position. A fantastic effort from Stoffel Van Dorn yesterday puts him on pole position today. Sebastian Vettel will start on pole. Fantastic qualifying from the multiple world champion. Sebastian Vettel has a clear track ahead of him today. He starts in pole position. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he starts from pole position. Young superstar Max Verstappen starts from pole position. Pascal Wehrlein lines up on pole position. A fantastic effort from Pascal Wehrlein yesterday puts him on pole position. They've suffered a mechanical issue earlier in the weekend. They've struggled to maximise performance after reliability problems. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have lining up on row 2, and on row 2, lining up on row 3, and on row 3, lining up on row 4, and on row 4, lining up on row 5, and on row 5, lining up on row 6, and on row 6, lining up on row 7, and on row 7, lining up on row 8, and on row 8, lining up on row 9, and on row 9, lining up on row 10, and on row 10, and finally on row 11, and last but not least on the back row, just falling short of Q3 yesterday, carrying on now outside the top 10. Now, just missing out on the top 10, we have narrowly missing out on Q3 were, looking into the midfield battle now, we have, moving further back now, coming towards the tail enders, we have, and forming the back of the pack today, and now let's take a look at the drivers' standings. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. On to the constructors then. And now let's take a look at the constructors' standings. And here's how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. The Constructors' title may already be decided, but it may already be wrapped up. But let's look at the Constructors' standings. Ferrari extend their lead at the top of the championship. Force India have extended their lead at the top of the championship. Haas move further ahead at the top of the standings. McLaren move further clear at the top. Mercedes have extended their lead at the top of the standings. Red Bull have extended their lead over the championship. Renault have extended their lead at the top of the standings. Sauber move further clear at the top of the table. Toro Rosso increase their gap over the competition with that result. Williams move further ahead at the top of the standings. It was a tough race for our championship leaders who lose ground at the top of the table. The lead at the top comes down after a strong weekend from the challenging pack. We saw a dip in form from the championship leaders today. Their lead has taken a significant blow. Ferrari moved to the top of the table. Force India moved to the top of the table. Haas moved to the top of the table. McLaren moved to the top of the table. Mercedes moved to the top of the table. Red Bull moved to the top of the table. Renault moved to the top of the table. Sauber moved to the top of the table. Toro Rosso moved to the top of the table. Williams moved to the top of the table. Meanwhile, Ferrari have improved their position. A strong weekend from them as they fight their way towards the top. Meanwhile, good work from Force India this weekend, who pushed themselves further up the order. It was also a strong Grand Prix from Haas F1 this weekend. Fantastic work from the American team to move themselves further up the table. There was also a strong showing from the McLaren team today as they make their way up the standings. There was also a strong showing from the Mercedes team today as they make their way up the standings. Meanwhile, a strong weekend from Red Bull this time out, and they improve their position in the championship. Meanwhile, Renault move up the table with another strong performance this weekend. Another team that will be satisfied with this Grand Prix is Sauber, whose good result moves them further up the championship. Meanwhile, Toro Rosso's strong weekend allows them to continue their march up the table. Another team that excelled today was Williams, who make further progress up the table. So then, Ferrari have now moved out of sight and out of reach. It's another triumph for the Italian team as they claim the World Constructors' Championship. With that result, the title is secure, and it's Force India who've claimed the honours. Their days as F1 minnows seem but a distant memory. They're a giant in this sport now and a force to be truly reckoned with. And it's total victory for the Haas team as they become the World Constructors' Champions. They haven't been in this sport long, but my goodness have they left an impression. With that result, McLaren can no longer be touched at the top of the table. They've had their ups and downs this season like all teams, but they've weathered the storm and come out on top. McLaren are world champions once again. With that result, Mercedes secure the Constructors' title. They've been truly outstanding since the very first round of what's been a thrilling championship. And it's another title in the bag for Red Bull. After a long and hard-fought season, they've built an astonishing car this year, and the glory they'll be taking back to Milton Keynes is fully deserved. So then, Renault have done it. This result puts their victory beyond any doubt. And they're champions of the world once again, where the result is finally beyond doubt. This amazing contest has now drawn to a close. It's Sauber leading the way and demonstrating the ingenuity of an independent team. They are Formula One world champions. And what a season it's been for Toro Rosso, who reached the pinnacle of greatness here today by finally claiming the World Constructors' title, where Williams have finally moved beyond the point of no return and have taken the Constructors' title. They are Formula One world champions once again. Now then, Anthony Davidson, who was your driver of the day? And now I'd like to ask you, Anthony Davidson, who was your driver of the day? Moving on to the driver of the day then. Anthony Davidson, who would you go for? It's a good result for Fernando Alonso, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Valtteri Bottas, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Marcus Ericsson, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. A strong race then for our championship leader. That's extended their advantage at the top of the standings. Our current points leader extends their lead at the top of the championship after a very good result here today. It's a good result for Romain Grosjean, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. It's a good result for Lewis Hamilton, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. It's a good result for Nico Hülkenberg, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Daniel Kvyat, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Felipe Massa, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. It's a good result for Kevin Magnussen, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Esteban Ocon, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Jolyon Palmer, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Sergio Perez, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. It's a good result for Kimi Raikkonen, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Daniel Ricciardo, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. It's a good result for Carlos Sainz, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Lance Stroll, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Stoffel van Dorn, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. It's a good result for Sebastian Vettel, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. It's a good result for Max Verstappen, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. It's a good result for Pascal Wehrlein, who extends his advantage at the top of the championship. Well, the lead at the top has come down after a poor result for our points leader. Well, the gap at the top of the championship has been cut down after a difficult race today for our championship leader. It wasn't the best weekend for our championship leader, and their advantage at the top has been reduced. Fernando Alonso takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Valtteri Bottas takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after an excellent result. Marcus Ericsson takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. There's been a lead change at the top of the championship after a superb performance. We see a new name at the top of the championship table as we reach the end of the Grand Prix weekend. Romain Grosjean takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Lewis Hamilton takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after an excellent result. Nico Hülkenberg takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Daniel Kvyat takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Felipe Massa takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Kevin Magnussen takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Esteban Ocon takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Jolyon Palmer takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Sergio Perez takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Kimi Raikkonen takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Daniel Ricciardo takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Carlos Sainz takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Lance Stroll takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Stoffel van Dorn takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Sebastian Vettel takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Max Verstappen takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Pascal Wehrlein takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after that excellent result. Well, that result also seals the World Drivers' title. Congratulations to our winner after an incredible season. This also means that there's no catching our leader anymore and we crown a new World Drivers' Champion. We also crown a new champion today as their lead at the top is now an insurmountable one. What a great year it's been for Formula One. Drivers tend to complain about tyre wear around this track and the compounds on offer this weekend aren't likely to put that issue to bed. Is this going to be about who can make the tyres last? In recent seasons, much talk has been made about tyre wear. Some say it gets in the way of the racing. Others say it's always been part of the sport. Are we going to see drivers trying to look after their tyres here, or throw caution to the wind and worry about that when it becomes a problem? This is a track that tends to ask quite a lot of the tyres, both front and rear. So is it fair to say a great deal of management will be needed in order to do well here? Many of the drivers have commented on the challenge posed by the high-speed direction changes around this circuit, but you still need to be quick in a straight line. Is that a fair layman's appraisal? Watching some of the cars attack the high-speed corners, it occurred to me that this might be one of the more awkward tracks to prepare a car for. Do you go for top speed over grip? Or do you look to maximise performance in all the corners? What kind of setup will drivers be looking for around here? It's got a fair mixture of demanding corners. Is it all about finding the sweet spot in handling balance? When it comes to getting lap time out of this circuit, it's traditionally been about maximising top speed. Do you simply remove as much downforce as possible, hang on in the corners and max out down the straights? This is the kind of track that eats rear tyres for breakfast, or so I'm told by more experienced drivers than myself. It always looked like the kind of track that asks an awful lot of the rear tyres, such as the frequency of low-speed exits. This has been an exciting track in times gone by, and typically it entertains the moment the lights go out. I was looking at some highlights of previous races here, and the one thing that really stood out to me was the run down to turn one. It's not an easy one to navigate as everyone is scrapping to get into their first. And Anthony Davidson, give me your thoughts. How did they accomplish this result? So, Ant, how exactly did they set themselves apart from the pack today? And that brings to an end another great race. A nearly flawless performance here then, and a commanding victory. It wasn't always plain sailing today, but a very important win nonetheless. Well, that might not have been the finest race in history, but there's no question it was a critical win. So after a day of mixed fortunes up and down the field, we bring today's race to a close. A hard-fought win today then, after a very difficult race. Well then, that concludes another excellent Grand Prix.
And you're 10 seconds ahead of them. And you're 15 seconds ahead of them. And you're 1 second ahead of them. And you're a clear 20 seconds ahead of them. And you're 2 seconds ahead of them. And you're 3 seconds ahead of them. And you're 4 seconds ahead of them. And you're 5 seconds ahead of them. And you're 6 seconds ahead of them. And you're 7 seconds ahead of them. And you're 8 seconds ahead of them. And you're 9 seconds ahead of them. And you're over 20 seconds ahead of them. And you're 10 seconds behind them. And you're 15 seconds behind them, and you're 1 second behind them, and you're a clear 20 seconds behind them, and you're 2 seconds behind them, and you're 3 seconds behind them, and you are 4 seconds behind them, and you're 5 seconds behind them, and you're 6 seconds behind them, and you're 7 seconds behind them, and you're 8 seconds behind them, and you're 9 seconds behind them, and you're over 20 seconds behind them. They've dropped to 10th, they've dropped to 2nd, they've dropped to 3rd, they've dropped to 4th, they've dropped to 5th, they've dropped to 6th, they've dropped to 7th, they've dropped to 8th, they've dropped to 9th. Your teammate has crashed, they've dropped to the back of the pack, your teammate has crashed out. Okay, there's 10 cars left in this race. Someone has just binned their car and got themselves out of the race. Right, just you and one other driver left in this race now. Listen up, this is now a 3-car race. Just 4 of you left now. Right, there's 5 cars left in this race now. Listen, 6 cars remaining. There's 7 racers left out on the circuit. Okay, we've just gone down to 8 racers. Someone's just ruined their car. That brings us down to 9 left. There's been a crash out. Repeat, someone has crashed out of the race. One of the drivers behind you has crashed out of the race. Okay, we've had a driver wreck their car. Stay aware of any hazards. Listen up, my friend. First place has just crashed out of the race. I think you have to be careful now. You might have pushed them too far. Okay, they won't be happy with that. I think you may have upset them. Okay, don't be surprised if they're gunning for you now. Listen, just stay out of their way. Let things cool down. Come on, I think you've hit them one too many times. Okay, the pit crew of the car you just hit are getting some pretty angry communication right now. Maybe stay out of their path. Don't get taken out. Alright, don't let this turn into a demo derby. Listen up, let's rein it in. You've pushed them over the edge here. Your teammate is leading the race. Your teammate is in first. Your teammate is looking to win this race. Your teammate is in second place. Your teammate is chasing first right now. Your teammate is in second right now. Your teammate is in second. Your teammate is in third place. Your teammate's in third. Your teammate is in third place. Your teammate is holding on to third place. Your teammate is near the back of the pack. Your teammate is struggling at the back. Your teammate can't break out from the back of the field. Your teammate is in the race but near the back of the pack. Your teammate is at the back of the pack. Your teammate is currently last. Your teammate is still competing. They're in last though. Your teammate's last at the moment. Your teammate is in mid-pack. Your teammate is pushing through mid-pack. Your teammate is sitting in mid-pack. Your teammate is currently mid-pack. Your engine is in poor health. Try to protect it from any more knocks. Okay, you picked up some engine damage. Your engine has lost some power. Your exhaust is causing you problems now. It's going to take you longer to reach a good speed. You've damaged your exhaust. Okay, watch your exhaust. It's taken a fair bit of damage. Okay, your front wing is looking battered. Careful with it if you can. You got some damage to the front wing. Look after your front wing. It's taking a lot of damage. You really need to take care out there. Your gearbox is shot. You've damaged your gearbox. Your gearbox is looking in bad shape now. No new damage to report. Yeah, everything looks good to me. Your radiator is in a severe condition. You've got radiator damage. You've taken more radiator damage. Your rear wing is looking battered. Careful with it, if you can. You've got some damage to the rear wing. Look after your rear wing. It's taking a lot of damage. Listen, your steering is severely affected now. You've got damage to your steering column. You'll feel the car pull away from you now. Your top speed is now reduced. You've taken too much stress on your turbo. You've taken damage to your turbo. Listen, your turbo is taking too much damage. Well, bodywork looks damaged, but there's no mechanical issues. Listen, we can sort the panel damage in the service area. It's only cosmetic damage. Keep going. Listen, you're only denting panels. You're okay. Keep pushing. Don't worry about the damage. The damage is nothing. We can fix it. Listen, you're in no danger of damaging your car. You're only picking up cosmetic damage, my friend. I doubt your mechanicals are affected. We can knock the bumps out of the panels. No problem. Remember, you got good form going into this race. Keep it up. All right. Good luck. Last event was a great result, so keep it up, my friend. You're having a good run right now, so keep it going. Right, come on. You got this. No problem. You've got this, my friend. No problem. You're settling in. Good confidence right now. You've got this. Let's keep this form going. Good luck. I've got a good feeling about this one. Give it your best. Okay, come on. Easy one for you. Right, let's see you take your previous form into this one. Let's get another good result. Okay? Alright, you got this one. No problem. There's some tough competition out there, but you're on good form. Good luck. Remember, you've been having some solid results. Let's get this one as well. Just keep doing what you're doing and you'll have this one in the bag. You've got great form at the moment. Keep it up. Shouldn't be a problem today. Your effort is paying off. In the last event, you were on top form. Keep it going. You must be feeling confident after the last event. You know, you got the edge on the competition after your last event. You got great form right now. Good luck. Remember, you've been placing well recently. Keep it going. You've got this one. Come on. All right, let's have a good one. You've got good form right now. Get right behind the car ahead and draft. Use the extra speed to get past. All right, plenty of drafting opportunities, of course. Get in close behind and keep that speed up. Great reactions. That could have been bad. So come on, capitalize on it. Easy, easy. Okay, good work there. You did well. Now let's go. How did you manage to get through that? Great driving. Now don't lose this advantage. All right, push on. There's the finish line. Finish strong. Over the finish now. Come on, push it to the finish now. All right, get over the line. Come on, last push now. Let's go. Strong finish. End is in sight. Big finish now. Push, push, finish strong. Okay, over the line. Big push to finish. Okay, white flag, white flag. Push now. Come on. If you want me to relay any tactical requests to your teammate, you can radio in. Use the comms if you want your teammate to attack or defend. Radio in if you want your teammate to push or hold their position. Just be aware. I think your teammate sometimes takes a few more risks on the attack. Knowing your teammate's style, I'd say they are more prone to mistakes on the attack. Listen, if you get your teammate to push for a higher position, they have a higher risk of crashing. So don't leave them chasing for too long. Alright, if you want to get an update on your teammate or your rival, use the comms. Radio in if you want a teammate or rival update. Listen, I can get position info on your teammate and rival if you need it. Alright, you can catch them up. If you want a position update, use the radio. Okay, good recovery. Catch up now. Alright, nicely held. Well done. Now get back up to speed. Easy, easy, control it. There you go, nice recovery. Now get those places back. Okay, stay calm and get it under control. There you go, good recovery. Watch the slippery track and get back up to speed. Great save there. Now, watch your traction with this wet surface and get a strong finish. Hey, come on, that's your teammate. Whoa, what are you doing? Please, that's your teammate. Listen, rattling your teammate isn't going to help our race. Please do not sabotage your teammate's chances. Okay, good luck, good luck. Okay, push this race. Listen, look for an early overtake. Good luck, my friend. Okay, let's go. You've got this. All right, have a good race. Good luck out there. Hey, good luck. I'll keep you updated. All right. Good luck out there. Good luck. Radio in if you need info. Okay. I'm on the end of the radio if you need info. Okay. Need a fast lap to place high on the grid. Okay. Smooth and fast. Let's get a good grid position. All right. Let's go. We want a fast lap to place high on the grid. I know you got a quick lap in you today. Let's find it. Come on. Push for your grid position. We need a fast lap for pole position. Yes. Carry this pace through for a decent grid position. Remember, a good lap time means a good grid position in the race. Okay, you've got one lap to set your grid position. Find some pace and get a fast hot lap. We need a good position on the grid. Alright, the faster the hot lap, the higher your grid position. Listen, get the fastest hot lap if you want to start the race on pole. Come on, this is your chance to set your grid position. Come on, push for a good starting position. We need to be sitting in a decent grid position for the race, so push now. Okay, you've set the fastest lap this race. Good work, my friend. You're second. Close the gap. You're in second. Close in on first. Just one car in front. Close the gap. Okay, listen, you're in third place. Okay, you're third. Just 2 cars up ahead. Right, you're in third. Push now. Keep it up. You're leading this race. You're in the lead, so extend the gap. You're leading. Hold on to it. Listen up, you're near the back of the pack. Okay, pick it up. Let's take some places. You've got plenty of traffic ahead. Take them on. Okay, you're mid-pack. Listen, you're mid-pack. Pick up the pace. Right, let's get out of mid-pack now. Great first lap. You're leading the race. Good start. Hold the lead. Right, onto lap 2. You've got an early lead. Nice work on the first lap. You're in second place. Listen, you've got a good position going into lap 2. Onto lap 2. Just 1 place to the front of the pack. 1 lap down. And you're in third. Good first lap. Keep pushing to the front. Right, onto lap 2. You've got 2 cars in front. Pick it up through lap 2. We're chasing the pack. All right, 1 lap down in this position. Let's take some places. Right, you are off the pace after the first lap. Chase down the pack. You're in mid-pack going into lap 2. Right on to lap 2. You're keeping up with the pace. You're on pace. Make some gains in lap 2. Great second lap. You're leading the race. Into lap 3. Hold the lead. Right, you're setting a great pace. Keep it up through lap 3. Good pace. Keep it going through lap 3. Really good pace. Take the lead before you finish the third lap. Lap 3 now. Let's take the lead. 2 laps down. And you're in third. On to lap 3. You got 2 drivers between you and first place. Third lap, just 2 positions to take. Right, third lap, just smooth it out. 1 turn at a time. Lap 3, we need a big push up the field. Third lap now. Keep it smooth and that'll keep you fast. Third lap, good pace. You're mid-pack, good pace. Lap 3 now. Take some positions. Right, third lap, you're doing well. Keep it going. 10 laps left. 10 laps to go. You've got 10 laps. Okay, last lap. Final lap now. All right. Last lap. 2 laps left. 2 laps to go. Okay, you got 2 laps. 3 laps left. 3 laps to go. You've got 3 laps. 4 laps left. 4 laps to go. You've got 4 laps. 5 laps left. 5 laps left to go. You've got 5 laps. 6 laps left. 6 laps to go. You've got 6 laps. 7 laps left. 7 laps to go. You've got 7 laps. 8 laps left. 8 laps to go. You've got 8 laps. 9 laps left. 9 laps to go. You've got 9 laps. All right, listen, you've just gone past the halfway stage of the race. You're through the halfway point. Okay, you're halfway through the race. Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now. Final lap, keep that lead intact. Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap. It's the last lap. Let's give it everything. Last lap. Come on, let's have at least one more place. Okay, final lap to get in this race. Last lap, let's just get you across the finish line. It's the final lap. Come on, we don't want last place. Okay, on to the final lap. You can get out of last. Last lap. Let's push through now. This is the final lap. Let's get out of mid-pack. We're on the last lap. Let's make up some ground. Okay, last lap. Come on. Let's gain some places. Final lap. Aim to break into the top 3. This is a last lap. Push up to the front. Last lap. Let's push up to the top spot. Right, you're on the final lap. Push to the front. Get that lead. This is the final lap, my friend. All right, this is a long race, so keep focused. All right, this is a long race, so keep focused. Okay, you got a long race ahead of you, so find your groove early on. Okay, settle in for a long race now. Right, we got a long race here. Good luck. All right, nice night for a race. But keep your eyes on the road, though. Big race tonight. Push for a decent position. Watch your headlights. Keep them intact for the duration. Okay, keep your speed up. Just be aware of the light conditions tonight. Low visibility even with the lights, so keep your eyes on the track signage and you'll be fine. Are you alright? Are you okay? What happened out there? Right, talk to me. Are you okay out there? Your rival is just 1 place ahead of you. Your rival is 2 positions ahead of you. Your rival is 3 places up on you. Your rival is 4 places ahead of you. Your rival is 5 positions up on you. Your rival is more than 10 places ahead of you. Your rival is more than 5 places ahead of you. Your rival is behind you. So you're 2 places ahead of your rival. Well, you got 3 places on your rival. You have 4 places on your rival. Well, you've created a 5-position lead on your rival. Well, you got more than 10 places between you and your rival. You've got more than 5 places between you and your rival. Your rival has crossed the finishing line. Yeah, there's no rival in this event. Your rival is out of the race. Remember, it could be very wet out there, so just check the equipment and be careful. And you were 10.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector. And you were 10 seconds faster than them through the last sector. And you were 11.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector. And you were 11 seconds faster than them through the last sector. And you were 12.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector. And you were 12 seconds faster than them through the last sector. And you were 13.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector. And you were 13 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 14.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 14 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 15.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 15 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 16.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 16 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 17.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 17 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 18.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 18 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 19.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 19 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 1.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 1 second faster than them through the last sector, and you were more than 20 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 2.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 2 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 3.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 3 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 4.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 4 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 5.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 6.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 6 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 7.5 seconds faster faster than them through the last sector, and you were 7 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 8.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 8 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 9.5 seconds faster than them through the last sector, and you were 9 seconds faster than them through the last sector. You're in first. You're holding on to first place. You're in first place, right? You're leading the race, and you were 10.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 10 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 11.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 11 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 12.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 12 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 13.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 13 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 14.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 14 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 15.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 15 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 16.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 16 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 17.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 17 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 18.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 18 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 19.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 19 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 1.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 1 second slower than them through the last sector, and you were 20 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 2.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 2 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 3.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 3 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 4.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 4 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 5.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 6.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 6 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 7.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 7 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 8.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 8 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 9.5 seconds slower than them through the last sector, and you were 9 seconds slower than them through the last sector. Sure, I'll ask your teammate to try and hold their position. All right, I'll get them to defend their position. All right, I'll see if they can block any overtakes. Yeah, okay, requesting to defend. All right, I'll ask them to defend. I'll ask, but I'm not sure they'll go for it. Yep, I can ask, but I wouldn't count on it. Okay, I can ask. I'm not sure they'll take the instructions well. Yeah, you're going to wear out the comms, mate. Okay, you're great at pressing the comms button. Yeah, okay, the comms button is working. You can stop pressing it now. Listen, it's better if you give me time to get info to you. Yeah, that's gonna be a solid no. Okay, they've turned the comms off, so probably not. Well, I just asked, but no response. Yeah, they said no. So they said they're not taking instructions of you. Yeah, your teammate is out of the race. That's your teammate out of the race. Okay, just you on your own now. Your teammate is out of the race. Sure, I'll ask your teammate to push for a higher position. They can't push for a higher position. Well, they're in first. Can't ask for more. So your teammate is actually in first. Okay, I'll ask them to push. All right, requesting to push. Okay, I'll try to get them to attack. Understood? I'll ask them to push. Are you okay? Okay. Wait for race control to assist. All right, let me know you're okay. What happened? It looks like for some reason they can't defend. Okay, I think they aren't in a position to defend, so request denied. All right, they're going to hold. Yep. They're gonna defend for us. Okay, they said they can't push right now. Right, they can't attack at the moment. Okay, they're starting to attack. Okay, push confirmed. Just get past them. Take them. Come on. Come on, make the move when you can. Right, find a spot to overtake. You're right on top of them. Get past when you can. Gap 1 ahead. Only 1 second difference. Take the position. Come on, 1 second push to take them. Gap 2 ahead. 2 second push to the car ahead. Just 2 seconds to the car ahead. Looks like a 2 second gap to the car ahead. You'll need to gain 3 seconds to pass the car ahead. The car ahead has 3 seconds lead on you. 3 seconds to make another position. You need 3 seconds for the pass. You'll need a 4-second gain to pass the car ahead. Car ahead has 4 seconds on you. 4 seconds to take a position. You'll need 4 seconds for the next overtake. You'll need to gain 5 seconds to pass the car ahead. Car ahead has 5 seconds lead on you. 5 seconds to make another position. You need 5 seconds for the pass, plus 10 seconds to the car ahead, plus 5 seconds to the car ahead. Your teammate is just 1 place ahead of you. Your teammate is 2 positions ahead of you. So your teammate is 3 places up on you. Your teammate is 4 places ahead of you. Your teammate is 5 positions up on you. Your teammate is more than 10 places ahead of you. Okay, so your teammate is more than 5 places ahead of you. You're 2 places ahead of your teammate. You have 3 places on your teammate. So you have 4 places on your teammate, right? You've created a 5 position lead on your teammate. You've got more than 10 places between you and your teammate. You've got more than 5 places between you and your teammate. Your teammate has crossed the finish line. No teammate in this event. So your teammate is out of the race. Listen, watch these conditions. It'll be wet all race. Alright, it's not going to dry up out there. Stay focused. Looks like the weather won't get any better for the duration. It looks like you're in for a tougher race in the wet. Don't expect it to dry up anytime soon. Okay, same strategy out there. Just be aware of the braking distance in the wet.
Roger that. Confirmed. Understood. Okay, gotcha. Got that. Copy that. Right. DRS zone is coming up. Get ready to open it. Distance is on your MFD. Approaching the DRS zone, watch your MFD for the activation point. Okay, your goal is to get through as many corner gates as quickly and precisely as possible. Remember to activate your DRS in the DRS zone as well. Right, try to nail as many corner gates as you can. The faster you get through each corner, the higher the score. You'll need to deploy your DRS in the DRS zone as well. Okay, remember to brake nice and early for each corner. Focus on hitting the apex first. Build up speed later. Alright, let's make sure we're hitting those apexes. Once you're comfortable with the position through the corner, then start building up the speed. Good work, you seem to have a solid handle on the lap. Let's try and perfect each turn. Remember that chaining good corners together will give you a consistency bonus. That's looking good, now let's try for purple. You'll get a bonus for consistency if you can chain good corners together. That's fantastic. You obviously have a really good understanding of this circuit. Great stuff. You've pretty much nailed this circuit. This is a really strong foundation to build from over the weekend. You're gaining by 1/10 a lap. We're gaining by around 2/10 per lap. You're gaining by 3/10 a lap. Good work. You're closing by 4/10 per lap. We're gaining by around half a second per lap. You're gaining by around 6/10 a lap. You're closing in by 7/10 per lap. You're gaining by 8/10. 8/10. We're gaining by about 9/10 a lap. Keep it up. You're gaining by a full second per lap. Good job. 1.2 seconds advantage per lap. You're closing in by around 1.4 seconds a lap. You're gaining by 1.6 seconds a lap. You're taking 1.8 seconds out of them each lap. You're gaining by 2 seconds a lap. You're taking 2.5 seconds out of them each lap. You're closing in by 3 seconds a lap. We're gaining by around 4 seconds per lap. We're gaining by 5 seconds a lap. Great work. You're gaining by over 5 seconds a lap. Keep it up. You're falling back by 1/10 a lap. You're dropping back by around 2/10 each lap. You're losing around 3/10 a lap. We're dropping back by around 4/10 a lap. They're pulling away from us at a rate of half a second per lap. They're building a lead of 6/10 per lap. You're losing around 7/10 a lap. You're down 8/10 a lap. We're slower by 9/10 a lap. We're dropping back by a second per lap. You're falling back by around 1.2 seconds a lap. You're dropping back by around 1.4 seconds. You're losing around 1.6 seconds. They're pulling away from us at a rate of 1.8 seconds per lap. They're extending their advantage by 2 seconds a lap. We're 2.5 seconds slower. You're losing 3 seconds a lap. You're losing 4 seconds a lap. Try to pick up the pace. We're 5 seconds slower. We need to do something here. We're dropping more than 5 seconds a lap. We have to find more speed. Alonso ahead. Alonso is ahead of you. Fernando ahead. Fernando is ahead of you. Alonso behind. Alonso is behind you. That's Fernando behind. Fernando is behind you. Anti-stall. Anti-stall. Let's repeat the start procedure to get going again. We're in anti-stall, clutch in and build some revs. They shaved 1/10 off you that last lap. They're catching by around 2/10 a lap. You're losing 3/10 a lap. You're losing 4/10 a lap. You're down around half a second per lap. They're catching at around 6/10 a lap. The gap is closing by 7/10 a lap. They're gaining by 8/10 a lap. They're catching us by 9/10 a lap. You're losing a second a lap. We're currently 1.2 seconds slower. They're gaining on you by 1.4 seconds each lap. You're losing around 1.6 1.6 seconds a lap. We're around 1.8 seconds slower. We're being caught at a rate of 2 seconds per lap. The gap is closing by 2.5 seconds a lap. You're losing around 3 seconds per lap. You're losing 4 seconds a lap to the car behind. We're dropping about 5 seconds a lap. Come on. We're losing about 5 seconds a lap. This pace is far too slow. You're pulling away around 1/10 a lap. You're gapping them at a rate of 2/10 a lap. You're edging out around 3/10 a lap. You're pulling away by about 4/10 per lap. They lost 5/10 to you on that last lap. We're pulling away by 6/10. You're 7/10 faster. The gap is growing by 8/10 per lap. You're increasing the gap by 9/10 a lap. You're pulling away at a rate of a second a lap. You're pulling out a gap around 1.2 seconds each lap. You're gapping them by 1.4 seconds a lap. You're taking around 1.6 seconds out a lap. You're pulling away by 1.8 seconds per lap. The car behind is dropping back by 2 seconds a lap. You're increasing the gap by 2.5 seconds per lap. The gap is growing at a rate of 3 seconds per lap. We're getting away by about 4 seconds a lap. Good work. You're 5 seconds a lap faster. Keep it up. The gap is increasing by more than 5.5 seconds each lap. Great job. Okay, black flag, we're out of the race. The stewards have black flagged you. Black flag for erratic driving. That's the end of our race. That's our race over. Black flag. We've been black flagged. Drive back into the pits. Race over. The stewards have black flagged you. Bottas ahead. Bottas is ahead of you. That's Valtteri ahead. Valtteri is ahead of you. Bottas behind. Bottas is behind you. That's Valtteri behind. Valtteri behind you. We're not racing the car behind. Let them past when you can. Blue flag conditions. Create a gap and let the car behind through. Okay, good to have you on board. I'm Jeff and I'll be your race engineer. Welcome to the team and to Formula One. I'm really looking forward to the season. Our system checks are A-OK, so we can get underway whenever you like. This is Jeff speaking. I've been assigned as your race engineer. There's a lot of hard work ahead of us, but the team believes in you. I just know you're going to be great. The car's good to go, so head out onto track whenever you like. Morning, it's Jeff here. I'm looking forward to working with you as your race engineer. Hope you've had your coffee, because we have a lot of work to do today to get ready for the season ahead. We're ready to fire up the car. Why not head out and get a few early laps under your belt? Morning, Jeff here. I'm looking forward to working with you as your race engineer. Hope you've had a good night's sleep, because we've got a lot of work to do today to prep for the season ahead. We're ready to fire up the car, so why not head out and get a few laps under your belt? Okay, the car behind is catching you by 5/10 a lap. 5/10. Alonso and Alonso. Bottas and Bottas. Ericsson and Ericsson. Grosjean and Grosjean. Hamilton and Hamilton. Hulkenberg and Hulkenberg. Kvyat and Kvyat. Massa and Massa. Magnussen and Magnussen. Ocon and Ocon. Palmer and Palmer. Perez and Perez. Raikkonen and Raikkonen. Ricciardo and Ricciardo. Sainz and Sainz. Stroll and Stroll. Van Dorn and Van Dorn. Vettel and Vettel. Verstappen and Verstappen. Verline and Verline. The car behind is running low on fuel. Try to pull away without taking any risks. If you continue to cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. You need to slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. Okay, this is Jeff. I need you to stop cutting the corners. If you keep it up, the stewards will award you a penalty. Okay, our main competitors in this race are... The drivers we're racing are... Okay, here's who we're really fighting today. The drivers we're fighting here are... They have some kind of mechanical problem. They seem to have an issue. You've fallen into P18. You're in P18. Okay, you're down into P2. Let's push on and try to regain first. Okay, the stewards have now disabled DRS. DRS is now disabled. DRS has been disabled by the stewards. DRS will be offline. Okay, the stewards have now enabled DRS. DRS is now online. DRS has been enabled. DRS is now enabled. No threat of rain for the time being. Conditions looking good. Radar is clear. Weather is looking good for now. Conditions look stable at the moment. No rain currently expected. No rain expected. No rain expected for the time being. Weather shouldn't play a factor today. We're expecting it to remain dry throughout. No rainfall expected today. We think it will stay dry. We're not expecting any changes to the weather today. Dry throughout. We're expecting the rain to hit us any time now. Watch the conditions. We think there's rain coming pretty soon. Rain is imminent. Rain is imminent. Be careful out there. We don't think it's going to stay dry for much longer. The rain could come at any moment. Watch out. The rain is a few laps out yet, but it is coming. Be careful. Radar suggests some weather is going to hit in around 5 minutes' time, so stay on your toes. Looks like rain is inbound and we're expecting it in around 5 minutes. 5 minutes until the rain. 5 minutes until rainfall expected. 5 minutes until rain. We're expecting rain in around 10 to 15 minutes. Rain is forecast in just over 10 minutes' time. Rain in 10 minutes. We think we may see some rain ETA is about 15 minutes. We expect to potentially see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now. We've just seen the stewards give the car behind a drive-through penalty. Are you alright there? Don't worry about the mistake, just focus on the rest of the race. You're still in P22. It only gets better from here. So let's go get 'em. Okay, you're still in P22. It's not great, but if you keep your concentration, I know you've got the speed to improve on that. Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down. If you want to know specific information or make certain changes to the car during a pit stop, you can tell me what you want over the radio. Press and hold the radio button to activate the system, and you can either speak the command or select it manually from the radio screen that will appear on the multifunction display. While the radio is active, cycle through command groups with the MFD button. The car settings screen on your multifunction display will allow you to change various settings as you drive. Open the display with the MFD button. You can then navigate up and down to the setting you want to change. To view information on your current levels of tyre wear and damage, press the MFD button to open the multifunction display, and then again to cycle to the tyres and damage screen. To view your current tyre, brake and engine temperatures, press the MFD button to open the multifunction display, and then press it again to cycle through till you reach the temperature information screen. To view current strategy and race objectives, press the MFD button to open the multifunction display, and then press it again to cycle through till you reach the strategy and objective screen. From time to time, I'll ask you if you want to change to a new strategy, or if there are any particular car adjustments you would like made in the pit stop. When I do so, a prompt will appear on the MFD showing how long you have to respond. To answer, hold the radio button to open the radio screen. This will display your available responses. You may either speak the command or select it manually from the radio screen. While in the garage, you can view either the car monitor or the tablet at any time. The car monitor gives you access to information regarding the session, weather and practice programs. The tablet will allow you to adjust your car setup for when you go out on track. Your drag reduction system, or DRS, allows you to gain speed on certain straights. We call these areas the DRS zone. You can use your DRS in these areas at will during practice and qualifying, but in the race, DRS is only available if you're within 1 second of the car in front. The bar at the bottom of your MFD will fill up as you approach the DRS zone, and once it starts flashing, press the DRS button to activate. Ericsson ahead. Ericsson is ahead of you. Marcus ahead. That is Marcus ahead of you. Ericsson behind. Ericsson is behind you. Marcus behind. Marcus is behind you. Attia ahead. Barnes ahead. Belousov ahead. Calabresi ahead. Clark ahead. Coppens ahead. Correa ahead. Forrest ahead. Giles ahead. Izumi ahead. Jones ahead. Kaufman ahead. Larson ahead. Letourneau ahead. Levasseur ahead. Mikalski ahead. Moreno ahead. Murray ahead. Neves ahead. Quesada ahead. Roth ahead. Sari ahead. Schiffer ahead. Visser ahead. Voldmuller ahead. Attia behind. Barnes behind. Belousov behind. Calabresi behind. Clark behind. Coppens behind. Correa behind. Forrest behind. Giles behind. Izumi behind. Jones behind. Kaufman behind. Larson behind. Letourneau behind. Levasseur behind. Mikalski behind. Moreno behind. Murray behind. Neves behind. Quesada behind. Roth behind. Sari behind. Schiffer behind. Visser behind. Voldmuller behind. This first race of the season is always quite difficult for us trackside, and for those back at the factory as well, as it's the first time the car has run since winter testing. The more consistent mileage you can get in these sessions, the happier we'll be. Okay, let's talk about this track. Albert Park has a lot of tricky high-speed corners. Turn 1 is a good example, and also the left-right through 11 and 12, where you need to be as daring as you can with the entry speed. Okay, here's something to remember about this circuit. The most important braking zone is probably the penultimate corner, T15. It's a very tight left-hander. You will understeer if you take liberties with it, so be careful. Okay, Jeff here. Radio check seems good. Before we get started, I just want to tell you how much I'm looking forward to working with you. Your success is my success, so let's give it our all. If you need anything, just let me know. Okay, this is Jeff. Can you hear me? Radio check looks good. System check looks good. Just want to say it's a pleasure to have you on the team, and I hope we have a lot of success together. Tell me if you need anything. Otherwise, Get out there and show us what you've got. Less than a lap of fuel now. The tank is empty. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. We've only got 2 laps of fuel left. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. There's 6 laps of fuel remaining. There's 7 laps of fuel remaining. There's 8 laps of fuel remaining. There's 9 laps of fuel remaining. There's 10 laps of fuel remaining. We have 10 laps of fuel remaining. There's 11 laps of fuel remaining. There's 12 laps of fuel remaining. There's 13 laps of fuel remaining. There's 14 laps of fuel remaining. There's 15 laps of fuel remaining. There's 16 laps of fuel remaining. There's 17 laps of fuel remaining. There's 18 laps of fuel remaining. There's 19 laps of fuel remaining. There's 20 laps of fuel remaining. There's 21 laps of fuel remaining. There's 22 laps of fuel remaining. There's 23 laps of fuel remaining. There's 24 laps of fuel remaining. There's 25 laps of fuel remaining. We have 25 laps of fuel remaining. There's 26 laps of fuel remaining. There's 27 laps of fuel remaining. There's 28 laps of fuel remaining. There's 29 laps of fuel remaining. There's 30 laps of fuel remaining. There's 31 laps of fuel remaining. There's 32 laps of fuel remaining. There's 33 laps of fuel remaining. There's 34 laps of fuel remaining. There's 35 laps of fuel remaining. There's 36 laps of fuel remaining. There's 37 laps of fuel remaining. There's 38 laps of fuel remaining. There's 39 laps of fuel remaining. There's 40 laps of fuel remaining. There's 41 laps of fuel remaining. There's 42 laps of fuel remaining. There's 43 laps of fuel remaining. There's 44 laps of fuel remaining. There's 45 laps of fuel remaining. There's 46 laps of fuel remaining. There's 47 laps of fuel remaining. There's 48 laps of fuel remaining. There's 49 laps of fuel remaining. There's 50 laps of fuel remaining. We've got more than 50 laps of fuel left. In this program, we want you to focus on fuel-saving technique. Lift and coast through corner entry to save as much as you can while keeping under the minimum lap time. We're testing fuel management here, so try to lift and coast going into the corners. Don't be too aggressive on the power, but remember, you still have to beat the minimum lap time. We're fully loaded with fuel. That's about 100 kilos in the tank. The car will be a bit heavy till we can burn some of that off, so be ready to compensate. All right, you're carrying around 100 kilos of fuel at the moment. The car should improve as we bring everything up to temp and lose a bit of that weight. Current fuel load is 90 kilograms. Repeat, 90 kilos of fuel on board. We've got 90 kilos of fuel left in the tank. That's 90 kilos remaining. Okay, fuel update. We've just dipped under 80 kilos of fuel. 80 kilos of fuel remaining. We have around 80 kilos of fuel left in the tank. 80 kilos. We're looking at around 70 kilos of fuel on board at this stage. That's 70 kilos to get us to the end. Okay, we now have 70 kilograms of fuel remaining. That's 70 kilograms. We now have 60 kilograms of fuel remaining. Quick update on the fuel level. We're currently running with 60 kilos. That's 60 kilos in the tank. All right, here's a heads up on the current fuel. We have 50 kilograms remaining. 50 kilos, 50 kilograms of fuel remaining. There's 50 kilos of fuel left. Here's the current fuel level. We have 40 kilos remaining. 40 kilos. There's 40 kilograms of fuel left in the tank. 40 kilos of fuel. Okay, quick fuel update. There's 30 kilos left. We have 30 kilos of fuel remaining. We've just dipped under the 30 kilo mark in terms of fuel. We have 30 kilos of fuel remaining. We're now running at 25 kilos of fuel. That's 25 remaining. We have 25 kilograms of fuel left in the tank. 25 kilos of fuel remains. There's 20 kilos of fuel remaining. We have 20 kilos of fuel. Okay, here's the fuel situation at the moment. We have 20 kilos remaining. That's 20 kilos. Our fuel level is now 15 kilos. There are 15 kilos of fuel remaining. Looks like we've just hit the 15 kilo mark in terms of fuel. 15 kilos of fuel remain. Okay, there's 10 kilos of fuel left. 10 kilos of fuel. Information for you on the fuel. Our level is now at 10 kilograms. That's 10 kilograms of fuel remaining. 5 kilos of fuel in the tank. Just 5 kilos of fuel remain. We've only got about 5 kilos of fuel remaining now. That's 5 kilos of fuel. Okay, we're running on fumes now. This is the last kilo or so of fuel. Okay, the tank is pretty much dry now. We're down to the last kilo or two. We're running on fumes. There's just 5% of our initial fuel load left over. 5%. We're out of fuel. We're out of fuel. You're out of fuel. You have no fuel left. There's no fuel left. We're out of fuel. We're running a full tank. You have a full tank. Full tank. We're full on fuel. Full tank. We have a slight excess of fuel. We have some spare fuel to burn. We have slightly more fuel than is optimal. Slightly overloaded on fuel, we have a small amount of extra fuel. We're carrying excess fuel, we have extra fuel to burn. We're overfueled, we are carrying too much fuel. We're comfortably above target on the fuel load, we have spare fuel to use. We're really overfueled right now, we have a big reserve to get through. There's extra weight on the car, we have a lot of spare fuel we could burn. We're lapping with a lot of excess fuel in the car, try to burn through it and lighten the load. We're a little low on fuel, fuel is looking a little low. Fuel is slightly lower than optimal, slightly down on fuel. We're low on fuel by a little, you need to compensate at some point. We are low on fuel, we need to save some fuel. Try to save fuel, we're low on fuel. Fuel is low, fuel is low. We're dangerously off target on fuel. You've used far too much, you need to compensate. We're really low on fuel, we have a very real risk of not finishing the race if we don't try to compensate. Fuel is desperately low. We need to be really careful now. We are on target for fuel. On target. Our fuel load looks optimal. We're on target with fuel. We are looking good for fuel. We're hitting our target fuel consumption. Confirmed, we'll adjust the front wing on your next box. Adjusting the aero on your next stop. The gap is less than a second. Less than a second separate you. The gap is just 1 second. Just 1 second separates you. The gap is 2 seconds. A 2-second gap separates you. The gap is 3 seconds. 3 seconds separate you. The gap is 4 seconds. 4 seconds separate you. The gap is 5 seconds. 5 seconds separate you. The gap is 6 seconds. A 6-second gap separates you. The gap is 7 seconds. A gap of 7 seconds separates you. The gap is 8 seconds. A gap of 8 seconds separates you. The gap is 9 seconds. 9 seconds separate you. The gap is 10 seconds. 10 seconds separate you. The gap is 11 seconds. 11 seconds separate you. The gap is 12 seconds. 12 seconds separate you. The gap is 13 seconds. 13 seconds separate you. The gap is 14 seconds. 14 seconds separate you. The gap is 15 seconds plus. 15 plus separates you. A full lap separates you. You're separated by an entire lap. The gap is around 20 plus. 20 plus. Around 20 plus seconds separate you. Over a lap separates you. More than a lap separates the both of you. The gap is around half a minute. Around 30 plus seconds separates you. The gap is closing in on 40 plus. 40 plus. Around 40 plus separates the two of you. The gap is looking like it's 50 plus seconds. Around 50 plus separates you. 50 plus. The gap is 60 plus. 60 plus separates you. The gap to the car ahead is. Our gap to the car in front is. Okay, gap ahead is. Gap to car in front is. The gap to the car behind is. Our gap behind is. Okay, the gap behind is. The gap behind us is. The gap is. The gap is. The difference is. The difference is. The gap to the leader is. Our gap to first place is. Okay, gap to leader. The distance to the leader is. They've just entered the pits. They've entered the pit lane. The gap to teammate is. Our gap to our teammate is. Okay, distance to teammate. So the gap to our teammate is. This is your practice program screen. There are a few different types of program, each with different objectives, and you'll earn resource points for completing them to an acceptable or exceptional standard. You can view the details and select your program from here. We have a number of programs to run during these practice sessions. You can check the details in the car monitor. We'll get good data for both the race and factory teams, so they're well worth running. When you get a chance, make sure to run some of our practice programs. They don't all need to be done in one session, but there's valuable data there to help race strategy and car development. Remember, we have a number of practice programs to run. It'll be very beneficial for the team if we do these. This is the only session remaining to do them, so let's get on that pronto. Okay, we haven't yet run any of our standard programs over the course of practice. It'll be a boost to car development if we can log that data, so we should do our best to do so before the end of the session. So, we'd like to run the acclimatization program if you have a chance before qualifying. It'll give us a good indication of our relative pace and consistency. At some point before qualifying, let's get our track acclimatization program complete. It'll help us identify any specific problem areas on the circuit. Okay, this is the only session that we've got left to complete our acclimatization program. The sooner we get out there and log that data, the happier Chris and the rest of the team will be. Right, we only have this session left to run our acclimatization program. There's some good information to take out of that, and it really helps R&D, so it's worth doing if there's time. We haven't done a race simulation on any tyre yet. We have multiple sessions available, so it isn't urgent right now, but we should make time for a tyre wear program at some point. Okie dokie, we'd like to get a tyre wear program done on at least one compound during these sessions. We can get some good strategy and development information, so it's worth the effort. This is the last session where we can do our tyre wear evaluations. We really want to get at least one program done if we can. There's a lot we can learn from it, so check it out in the car monitor. Okay, we're into FP3 now, and we still haven't done a race sim on any tyre compound. It'll be worth our while to do a tyre wear programme while there's still time. Okay, we can run another tyre wear programme if you like. There's no additional development benefit to be found, but we can get comparative data from another compound which may help the race strategy. Just reminding you that we can always run more tyre wear programs if you want data from additional compounds. It may help us with the race strategy, but there's no more development resource available. Okay, you might want to be careful not to use up your tyres, but if you want comparative data, we can run another tyre wear test. Just bear in mind we won't gain any extra development resource from doing so. Okay, we need to be careful not to wear too many sets of tyres, but if you want to run another tyre wear test on a different compound, that is an option, but we won't get any additional development resource for it. Okay, one of the programs we should probably do before qualifying is the qualifying program. Let's prepare ourselves as best we can. We don't want to find ourselves starting at the back. I know it's tempting to focus entirely on the race, but we should put a bit of time aside to run the qualifying sim program. Try to run it before the end of FP3 if you can. Okay, we've not got long between now and qualifying, so it'd be very productive for us to run the qualifying pace evaluation. We can get some good R&D data as well if we complete it. Okay, as you know, this is the third and final practice session of the weekend. If we want to run our qualifying sim program, and I strongly recommend we do just that, this is our last chance. Okay, just want to remind you to keep an eye on your tyre usage. We have to give 2 sets back at the end of this session, so they'll be unavailable for the rest of the weekend. We'll hand over the 2 most worn sets, so don't ruin tyres you might want to use later. Quick note about tyres, just bear in mind we have to return the 2 most worn sets at the end of this session. They're gone forever at that point, so be careful how and when you use them, and don't waste any sets that you might need later on. At the end of this session we need to return 2 sets of tyres. We'll give back the 2 most worn sets, so we may as well get the most out of them while we can. They won't be available for the rest of the weekend though, so don't run too hard on anything you might need later on. Okay, the incident has been cleared. Let's get back up to racing speed. Grosjean ahead. Grosjean is ahead of you. That's Roman ahead. Roman is ahead of you. Grosjean behind. Grosjean is behind you. Roman behind. That is Roman behind you. Hamilton ahead. Hamilton is ahead of you. Lewis ahead. Lewis is ahead of you. Hamilton behind. Hamilton is behind you. That's Lewis behind. Lewis is behind you. Weather should improve in 10 minutes time. Light rain in 10 minutes. We should see a transition to light rain in around 10 minutes time. This heavy rain will last another 10 minutes before we see it transition over to light rain. This downpour will last for another 10 minutes. Then we expect conditions will transition to light rain. This heavy rain will last around 15 minutes, after which we should see a transition to light rain. We predict this heavy rain to ease up in around 15 minutes time. 15 minutes till we see this heavy rain ease up into light rain. We've got about 15 minutes of this heavy rain left, after which we should see light rain conditions. Rain will ease up shortly, rain to become lighter within 2 minutes. The rain should lighten up soon. We're seeing light rain in around 2 minutes. Okay, the rain should ease up in a couple of minutes, light rain soon. The heavy rain is passing. We're seeing light rain about 2 minutes away. We're expecting the rain to get better in around 5 minutes. Light rain in 5 minutes time. Rain to ease up in around 5 minutes. 5 minutes till light rain. The heavy rain will pass in about 5 minutes. We'll then be working with light rain conditions. Heavy rain will pass in 5 minutes and will be replaced by light rain conditions. These conditions don't look like they're shifting. We're predicting at least 20 minutes of heavy rainfall. Heavy rain to stay a while. Doesn't look like it's moving anytime soon. The radar suggests that this heavy rain will be with us for a while now. Heavy rain will be staying with us for a while now, at least a 20-minute window of heavy rain. Well, it looks like we'll have this downpour throughout the session. Heavy rain conditions to remain right on through to the end. This bad weather doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Heavy rain conditions throughout this session. Okay, we're unlikely to see a change in the weather for this session. Looks like it'll be heavy rain throughout. Hulkenberg ahead. Hulkenberg is ahead of you. Nico ahead. Nico is ahead of you. Hulkenberg behind. Hulkenberg is behind you. That's Nico behind. Nico is behind you. Okay, fitting intermediate tyres next. Okay, we'll fit inters on your next stop. Confirming that we'll be fitting the intermediate tyres. Kvyat ahead. Kvyat is ahead of you. That's Daniil ahead. Daniil is ahead of you. Kvyat behind. Kvyat is behind you. Daniil is behind. Daniil behind you. Bad luck. It just wasn't our day today. Well, that's a disappointing result for sure, but we'll try to bounce back at the next one. Sorry about that. I guess they can't all go to plan. Bring her in. We'll go over what happened in the debrief. Not good enough. Not good enough at all. Let's push harder next time, okay? I can't say that I'm happy with how today went, but I'm sure you gave it your best. Better luck next time. Well, I hope we can do better than that at the next race. Not our best day by any means. Shame about the result, but I know you gave it everything. We'll come back stronger next time. Okay, we're all a bit gutted with that result, but let's work hard and we'll get it together for the next race. Okay, good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive. Great drive, great drive. We're really happy with that performance. Nice work. You did well today. I think the boss will be happy with that one. Can't complain about that one. That was an excellent drive. Well done. Good finish. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job. Top job, my friend. Top job. I was a bit worried about this one at the start of the weekend, but you've pulled through. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work out there. That was a strong drive and a good finish. Well done. Good job. You did really well. Super driving. Great work. Well done. We're really happy with the podium here. Yes, that's a podium. Excellent drive. The team have worked especially hard this weekend, and this is a fantastic reward. Yes, 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 we're on the podium. Good job this weekend. Great drive. Thank you. Brilliant, brilliant job, mate. That's a fantastic podium. Super driving, really strong pace. Very, very happy. Okay, that's pretty disappointing, but we can turn it around tomorrow. Sorry about that. It just wasn't our day. Well, that's further back than we'd like, but don't worry about it. Just means more fun for us tomorrow. It's a bit disappointing, but we just need to push hard in the race and we can still come away with something. Good work. Nice job. Excellent lap. We're really pleased. We're very happy with that position. Well done. This pace is strong, but be aware your tyres need to go the distance. Don't let them get away from you. One of them might make a mistake that lets us back in. This rain isn't likely to go away soon. Heavy rain in 10 minutes' time. Light rain for another 10 minutes. Then we'll see a transition into heavy rain conditions. We should see heavy rainfall on track in about 10 minutes. Heavy rain arriving in under 10 minutes. We've got a 15-minute spout of light rain, which will then move into heavy rain conditions. We'll see light rain transition into heavy within 15 minutes' time. Heavy rain in around 15 minutes time. 15 minutes till we expect the heavy rain to arrive. Rainfall to increase within the next couple of minutes. We're expecting the rain to get worse within the next few minutes. Heavy rain on its way. Heavy rain within 2 minutes time. There's going to be a huge downpour in the next couple of minutes. We could see the rain getting worse in around 5 minutes. Heavy rain on its way. Rainfall to worsen soon. Heavy rain predicted in 5 minutes' time. Heavy rain arriving within 5 minutes' time. Reports are that heavy rain will be arriving on track within 5 minutes' time. This light rain is going to be with us for a while now. Light rain will stay with us for at least 20 minutes, maybe more. Light rain is here to stay. We'll be seeing at least 20 minutes of light rain. This rain could be with us for a while. Light rain conditions for the foreseeable future. We don't think this light rain will pass today. We're predicting light rain for the entire session. Light rain throughout the session today. Light rain to stay with us throughout. We're expecting this light rain to stay with us. We don't think we'll see a change in the weather throughout the session. Massa ahead. Massa is ahead of you. Felipe ahead. That is Felipe ahead of you. Massa behind. Massa is behind you. Felipe behind. Felipe is behind you. Magnussen ahead. Magnussen is ahead of you. Kevin ahead. That's Kevin ahead of you. Magnussen behind. Magnussen is behind you. That's Kevin behind. Kevin is behind you. Ocon ahead. Ocon is ahead of you. Esteban ahead. That is Esteban ahead of you. Ocon behind. Ocon is behind you. That's Esteban behind. Esteban is behind you. Illegal maneuver. Cede that position or we'll receive a penalty. Okay, you need to give that position back. That was an illegal overtake. That move was illegal. Return the position. Entering the final few laps. Put the pressure on. Go for the position. Palmer ahead. Palmer is ahead of you. Jolien ahead. That is Jolien ahead of you. Palmer behind. Palmer is behind you. That's Jolien behind. Jolien is behind you. Drive-through penalty. You have a drive-through penalty. You have a drive-through penalty. You have been given a drive-through penalty. We've been hit with a 5-second stop-go penalty for that last incident. We'll have to serve it next time we're in the pits. Perez ahead. Perez is ahead of you. That's Sergio ahead. Sergio is ahead of you. Perez behind. Perez is behind you. Sergio behind. That is Sergio behind you. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. Okay, you have to serve the penalty this lap. This is your last chance to serve the drive-through penalty. Okay, clear exit on the rejoin. Clear exit. Track is clear. Track is clear. Okay, there'll be some traffic at the pit exit. It's going to be busy on the rejoin. Okay, watch out for traffic. It's going to be tight on the rejoin. Confirmed, cancelling the stop. Stay on track. Understood, no stop. We'll go back to the previous plan. Confirmed, we'll receive you at the end of this lap. Understood, stopping this lap. Okay, we can take you this lap. Right, come in at the end of this lap. Pitting this lap then. Come into the pits at the end of this lap. The pit box is currently full. Stay out on track. Stay out on track. We can't take you right now. Pit in next lap. Your pit window is open. Pit window is open. The pit window is open. Pit window currently open. Your pit window opens next lap. Your pit window opens in 2 laps time. Pit window will open open in 3 laps time. Pit window opens in 3 laps. You have 4 laps till your pit window opens. Pit window opens in 5 laps time. 5 laps. 6 laps until your pit window is open. Your pit window will open in 7 laps time. Your pit window opens in 8 laps time. Your pit window opens in 9 laps time. Pit window will open in 10 laps time. Pit window opens in 10 laps. You have 11 laps till your pit window opens. Pit window opens in 12 laps time. 12 laps. 13 laps until your pit window is open. Your pit window will open in 14 laps time. Your pit window opens in 15 laps time. Your pit window opens in 16 laps time. Pit window will open in 17 laps time. Pit window opens in 17 laps. You have 18 laps till your pit window opens. Pit window opens in 19 laps time. 19 laps. 20 laps until your pit window is open. Your pit window doesn't open for more than 20 laps. Go, go, go. Go, go now. Exit, exit now. Release, release. Complete. Go now. Go, go, go. You'll be racing on the exit. Exit now. You'll be racing as you leave the pit. Go. Exit now. We're racing on the exit. With that stop complete, that leaves us with 3 stops remaining. 3 stops. Okay, you have 3 stops remaining. 3 stops left in this strategy. Okay, we have 3 scheduled stops remaining now. 3 stops remaining. You have 2 stops remaining. 2 stops remaining in the strategy. Okay, 2 stops left now. 2 stops. Right, we have 2 stops left in this strategy. We have 2 stops planned. Okay, you only have to stop once now. 1 stop left. Only 1 stop to go. 1 stop left in this strategy. We'll be doing 1 more stop today. 1 stop left in our strategy. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. Okay, we haven't used both dry compounds yet. We still need to come in and fit the alternate compound. What happened? Let me know you're okay. Are you alright? Engine off. Engine off. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. You've lost the front wing. Pit in. Pit in. That's the front wing gone. Try to nurse the car back to the pits. Box, box, box. Back to the pits. Back to the pits. We've lost the front wing. Your front wing is gone. Back to the pits. Back to the pits. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Remember, you can move the brake balance to the rear. This may stop your front tyres from locking. Changing your brake balance forward might reduce your rear lockups. Program complete. Program complete. These results will do, although you could definitely do better. Consider giving it another shot. Alright, that's the program complete. This is some decent data, although far from optimal. It could still be worth running again. Okay, test complete, and that was a very good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that. Program complete, and a job well done. We got some excellent data with that run, so come on back to the garage and I can talk you through the numbers. Okay, test over, but I'm afraid we didn't get what we needed. We're going to have to run it again. Well, program over, but that wasn't much help to us. We need it again, I'm afraid. Okay, decent lap there, but there's still more to find. Keep at it. That's an acceptable lap, but you're capable of more if you work at it. Great lap. You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up. Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused. That lap was no good. We need you to improve on that. Okay, you weren't quite good enough that lap. Try again. Program complete. Good work. Head on back to the garage and we'll start going over the data. Right, that's the end of the program. Box this lap so we can analyse the data. Box this lap. Okay then, that's the end of the program and plenty of useful data. Return to base when you can so we can go over it. Practice program over. That's all we need for now. Return to the garage pronto. We didn't really get the data we needed on that run. You might want to give it another go. We haven't hit our program targets. Come in and take a look at the data, and if we have time, we'll rerun the program. This is the last lap of the program. Final lap of the program. Final lap. This is the final lap of the program. Okay, this is a quali sim. We've estimated the times our closest rivals will be doing, so that's what we need to beat. Don't worry about tyres, just give it everything. In this test, we want to make sure we can lap close to our rivals' pace. We're down on our target times, let's try to find a bit more. We'll want to rerun the program if we can't improve on that time. Good lap. We've hit our primary target time. We're happy with that. Well done. That lap beats our primary target time. Fantastic lap. That's beaten our secondary target time. Great work. We've hit our secondary target time. Let's try and repeat that in qualifying. Blue flag. Blue flag, blue flag. We need to pick up the pace. We're not hitting our target. We'll need to rerun the program if we don't get the time delta back in the green. Let's speed up. Our tyre data is no good unless we're doing a representative pace. If we don't get our time delta back in the green, we'll need to rerun this program. Pace is good, but tyre wear that lap was quite severe. Pace is within the target range, but we were harder than expected on the tyres that lap. Pace is good, and tyre wear was okay on the last lap. We managed the pace well that lap and tyre wear is more or less as expected. OK, we're happy with the pace and you were especially good to the tyres that lap. Right, we're managing the pace well, and that last lap was easier on the tyres than we anticipated. Now that we've got some points on the board, let's continue this form and aim for another top 10 finish. After the points finish last race, let's aim to keep the momentum going. Good result last race. Let's try to go one better this weekend. OK, we need a few solid laps here to help us calculate a good race strategy. Give us some consistent laps, please. We're looking for good data that we can work into the race strategy. This rain will be stopping anytime soon. The rain is passing. Expect to see it ease up in the next few minutes. We think this rain should stop sometime in the next few laps. This rain should be ending shortly. We should see a dry line start to form fairly rapidly, so make sure to cool your tyres down in the straights. OK, be ready for the grip to come back, but don't overheat the tyres. So watch those lap times. We may have to pit for dries at very short notice. The dry line will come in quickly, so don't waste any time getting back up to speed. Raikkonen ahead. Raikkonen is ahead of you. That's Kimi ahead. Kimi is ahead of you. Raikkonen behind. Raikkonen is behind you. Kimi behind. That is Kimi behind you. Ricciardo ahead. Ricciardo is ahead of you. That's Daniel ahead. Daniel is ahead of you. Ricciardo behind. Ricciardo is behind you. Daniel behind. That is Daniel behind you. Clutch in. Hold until lights out. Put the clutch in. Hold it there till the start. Feed in the throttle. Let's build the revs. Rev up. Build some revs and hold them. Clutch out. Go, go, go. Clutch out. We're green. Overtake the safety car. You may overtake the safety car. It is waiting to pick up the leader. The safety car is waiting for the leader. You may overtake it. Overtake the safety car. Let's catch up to the field a bit. We're dropping too far back. Remember that we need to stay within 10 car lengths of the next car. Right. Pick up the pace a touch, please. We need to close to within 10 car lengths of the car ahead. OK, slow down, slow down. Your delta is negative, which means you are too fast. Reduce your pace. Drop your speed. Our delta is too low and we risk a penalty. Slow your pace immediately. Safety car, safety car. No overtaking. Reduce your pace. Keep your delta number positive as we form up. Safety car deployed. The safety car has been deployed. Watch your delta. Make sure you keep it positive as we catch the pack. Full course caution. The safety car is out. Keep an eye on the delta. We need to keep it positive to avoid a penalty. Slow down. Maintain positive delta. OK, the safety car is out. The safety car is out. We need to form up at a reduced pace. Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive. Safety car is in this lap. Safety car in this lap. You will be controlling the pace on the restart. Keep it steady until the safety car has reached the pit lane. OK, the safety car is coming in this lap. We'll be pacing the field in Sector 3. Make sure to respect the delta until the safety car is in the pit lane. Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap. Let's make sure those tyres are up to temperature, and remember there is no overtaking until the first safety car line. Stay in position until the green flags. OK, let's get ready to go racing again. The safety car is in this lap. When the field accelerates, remember, there is no overtaking until the green flags. Safety car in this lap. We're coming up to the safety car now. Do not pass it. You are the leader. Follow the safety car. Approaching the safety car. You're leading, so don't pass it. Stay behind the safety car. Return the position immediately or we will be penalised. There is no overtaking during the safety car period. Give that position back. We are under safety car conditions and cannot overtake. Return the position. OK, you may overtake the car ahead. Pass the car ahead. Pass the car ahead. We are authorised to take the position from the car ahead. We have a chance to unlap ourselves here. Make your way back onto the lead lap. We're allowed to unlap ourselves at this point. Take advantage while you can. OK, if you've got too much oversteer, we can try increasing the rear wing angle or stiffening the front springs next time you come in. Right, softening the rear springs may help with the oversteer, and we could try taking some turns off the front wing. OK, let's think about stiffening the rear springs or increasing the front wing angle for better turn-in. We might be able to dial out some of that understeer with less rear wing or softer front springs. OK, if you've got poor traction, it might be worth putting some more downforce on when you come in. Sainz ahead. Sainz is ahead of you. Carlos ahead. Carlos is ahead of you. Sainz behind. Sainz is behind you. Carlos behind. Carlos is behind you. Stroll ahead. Stroll is ahead of you. Lance ahead. That is Lance ahead of you. Stroll behind. Stroll is behind you. That's Lance behind. Lance is behind you. The fastest lap of the race so far is a... Currently, the fastest lap at this point in time is a... Our best lap so far is a... Our best lap so far is a... Our best lap so far is a... So far, our fastest lap is a... So far, our fastest lap is a. So far, our fastest lap is a. That last lap was a. That last lap was a. That last lap was a. The time last lap was a. The time last lap was a. The time last lap was a. Okay, that last lap was a. Okay, that last lap was a. Okay, that last lap was a. Okay, the time last lap was a. Okay, the time last lap was a. Okay, the time last lap was a. Their best lap time is 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 a. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. You've been awarded a time penalty for that last incident. We've been awarded a time penalty. It will go against our finishing time at the end of the race. 0 0 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 5 6 6 7 7 8 8 9 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59.0 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 0.0 seconds, 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0.4 seconds, 0.5 seconds, 0.6 seconds, 0.7 seconds, 0.8 seconds, 0.9 seconds. We're slow through the following corners. Seems like we're a bit slow in these corners. You seem to be struggling a little in the following turns. There's some more time to be found in these turns. We can definitely speed up a bit in the following corners. Turn 1 and turn 1. Turn 2 and turn 2. Turn 3 and turn 3. Turn 4 and turn 4. Turn 5 and turn 5. Turn 6 and turn 6. Turn 7 and turn 7. Turn 8 and turn 8. Turn 9 and turn 9. Turn 10 and turn 10. Turn 11 and turn 11. Turn 12 and turn 12. Turn 13 and turn 13. Turn 14 and turn 14. Turn 15 and turn 15. Turn 16 and turn 16. Turn 17 and turn 17. Turn 18 and turn 18. Turn 19 and turn 19. Turn 20 and turn 20. Turn 21 and turn 21. Turn 22 and turn 22. Turn 23 and turn 23. We need to be sure you can manage the tyres through a lap, so try to keep the wear down through each corner. Be especially careful accelerating on corner exit. This test is all about tyre management. Try to control the slip through each corner and take extra care putting the power down at the apex. Tyre wear rates are lower than we expected. There's less tyre deg than we feared. They should last a while. Degradation is pretty bad. The grip is going to fall away quickly. Tyre deg is good. Tyre deg is good. Tyre degradation is on target for us. Good job. Your tyre wear is on target. Tyre wear is on target. Okay, we've looked up the tyre degradation and it appears to match our predictions. Keep this up. Okay, just so you're aware, the previous set of tyres were in a terrible state. We can't use them again. Right, we've had a look at your last set of tyres and they're far too gone for you to use again. The scrub tyres should rubber in faster, allowing you to start the push sooner. You'll be able to push sooner once these scrub tyres are up to speed. This is your final lap of the race. 2 laps left. Next time by will be your final lap. Just 3 laps to go now. 3 laps, 4 laps remaining. 5 laps till the end, 6 laps to go. 7 laps to go. 8 laps to go. 9 laps to go. There are 10 laps to go. 11 laps to go. 12 laps to go. 13 laps to go. 14 laps to go. 15 laps still remaining. 16 laps to go. 17 laps to go. 18 laps to go. 19 laps to go. You have 20 laps till the end. 21 laps to go. 22 laps to go. 23 laps to go. 24 laps to go. You have 25 laps to go. 26 laps to go. 27 laps to go. 28 laps to go. 29 laps to go. 30 laps till the end now. 31 laps to go. 32 laps to go. 33 laps to go. 34 laps to go. There are 35 laps left in the race. 36 laps to go. 37 laps to go. 38 laps to go. 39 laps to go. 40 laps to go now. 41 laps to go. 42 laps to go. 43 laps to go. 44 laps to go. We still have 45 laps to complete, 46 laps to go, 47 laps to go, 48 laps to go, 49 laps to go, 50 laps to go. We'll make the adjustments next time you pit. Confirmed? We'll make the changes on your next stop. Okay, front wing to be adjusted next time you're in. Okay, we'll move the front wing angle to a balanced setting next time you're in. Confirm that. We'll be moving the front wing to a balanced setting next time you're in. Moving you to a balanced downforce on your next stop. Confirmed. Moving the angle of the front wing to a +1 setup. Okay, I'll have the pit team send you out with aero setting +1. We'll move aero to +1. We'll make the changes to the front wing next time you're in. Front wing angle to +1 now. Confirming that we'll be raising the front wing angle to +2 on your next stop. +2 to aero. Okay, +2 on aero. We'll raise the front wing angle on your next stop. I'll have the team move you over to a +2 aero setup. Confirming that we'll be moving you to an aero setting of -1. -1. We'll shift the angle of the front wing into the -1 setup, moving the front wing to -1 on your next stop. Moving you to front wing -1, moving to -1 on the front wing with your next pit. Okay, we'll drop the angle of the front wing right down, moving the aero to -2 on next pit. I'll have the team drop the front wing angle right down. We'll move your aero setup to -2 when you're next in. We'll drop the front wing to -2 on the next box, -2 on next stop. Front wing is balanced, downforce on the car is even. Front wing is set to balanced. We're running a balanced front wing. Front aero settings are at -1. The front wing is set to -1. We have the front wing running at -1. The front wing angle is set to -1. Front wing is at the -2 setting. Front wing is at the -2 setting. Front end downforce is at -2. The front wing is set to -2. The front aero angle is set to +1. +1. Front downforce settings are at +1. The front wing angle is set to +1. +1. The front wing angle is at +2. +2. Front wing is on the +2 setting. Front wing downforce is at +2. Front wing angle at +2. We think they've got one more stop. We think they've got 2 stops remaining. We think they've got at least 3 more stops. Confirmed. Copy. Copy that. Understood. Copy that. Okay. Copy that. Got that. Confirmed. Negative. Stay out. This is the formation lap. We cannot work on the car. There is no reason to come in. Do not box. Negative box. Sorry? No, don't do that. What good would that do? We can't do anything to the car, and we have a race to get on with. Do not try to come in. Just form up on the grid, okay? They're on fresh hards. They're on fresh mediums. They're on fresh softs. They're on fresh super softs. They're on fresh ultra softs. They're on fresh inters. They're on fresh wets. We don't have the data for that, I'm afraid. We don't currently have the data for that request. Sorry, we can't provide you with that information right now. They're on old hards. They're on old mediums. They're on old softs. They're on old super softs. They're on old ultra softs. They're on old inters. They're on old wets. We're in 10th position. P10, you're in P10. Currently P11, we're currently P11. You have 11th place. We're sat in P12. P12, we have P12. P13, you are currently in P13. You have P13. P13, we're in P14. 14th position, you're in 14th position. P15, you're in P15. You have P15. P15. We're sat in 16th. P16. We have P16. P17 now. We have P17. You're in P17. P17. 18th place. You're in 18th place. You're sat in P18. P18. P19. You have P19. You currently hold 19th place. You are in first position, front of the pack. You're leading the pack. P1. We're in P20. P20. P20 right now. P20. Currently P21. We're currently P21. You're in P21. We're sat in 22nd. That's P22. P22, you're sat in 22nd position. Second place, you're in second place. You're sat in P2. P3, you are currently in P3. You have P3. P3, we're in P4. Fourth position, you're in fourth position. P5, you're in P5. You have P5. P5, we're sat in sixth. P6, we have P6. P7 now. P7, you have P7. 7th place. 8th place, you're in 8th place. You're sat in P8. P9, you're running in P9. You're in 9th position. We're sat at the back. Last place. We're the last of the running cars. We anticipate an end to this rain in around 5 minutes. Looks like the weather is going to dry up in about 5 minutes. Okay, we're looking at another 5, maybe 10 minutes of this rain. Current forecast is 5 or 10 more minutes of rain before it dries up. The radar's showing a clear patch on its way. There's about 10 more minutes of this rain. You're doing well out there, keep it up. We're looking at about 10 more minutes of rain. 10 minutes. 10 minutes left of this rain, then we think it's going to dry up. 10 minutes. ETA on this rain clearing up is about 10 minutes, so just keep your concentration out there. Say again, you're breaking up. Didn't catch that. Say again. Say that again, we're having trouble receiving. There's static over the radio. Say again. Repeat that. There's interference. Couldn't receive that. Repeat the message. Copy that. Hards for next box. Affirmative. Medium tyres at the next stop. Roger that. Soft tyres at the next pit stop. Copy that. Super softs for next box. Copy. Ultra softs for the next stop. Van Dorn ahead. Van Dorn is ahead of you. Stoffel ahead. That is Stoffel ahead of you. Van Dorn behind. Van Dorn is behind you. That's Stoffel behind. Stoffel is behind you. Vettel ahead. Vettel is ahead of you. Sebastian ahead. That is Sebastian ahead of you. Vettel behind. Vettel is behind you. That's Sebastian behind. Sebastian is behind you. Verstappen ahead. Verstappen is ahead of you. Max ahead. Max is ahead of you. Verstappen behind. Verstappen is behind you. Max behind. Max is behind you. Verline ahead. Verline is ahead of you. Pascal ahead. That is Pascal ahead of you. Verline behind. Verline is behind you. That's Pascal behind. Pascal is behind you. Wet tyres confirmed. Okay, fitting the wet compound when you next come in. Confirmed pit crew will ready wet tyres for your next stop.